And first, welcome everybody to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. My name's Contra, and here with me is your Red Queen, Andy, as we're ready to dive into another exciting day of chicken dinners just for all of you guys tuning in. And of course, it has been a phenomenal day yesterday where we saw teams really racking up points out there with those 6 matches. And here's another 6 more match for them to duke it all out to see who will be crowned the next champions of the Ruthless Invitational. But Red Queen, I think there's a whole lot that we have to catch up on because it's definitely been a long time since we've been able to share, a virtual desk together.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You know what? Not only am I excited for the games this evening, but I'm also excited that I'm going to be sharing the desk with you. It's been a long time. I think the first time that we casted together was back in... Oh my, that was still like Food Panda, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, that's been a really long time, but it's definitely great to be back here once again. And we do have a lot of top tier teams that are duking it all out. So maybe, of course, we dive back into the narrative of what really went on yesterday, because DRX, they definitely had one of the best starts possible.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if DRX can maintain their position at the top spot. There's also FAZE Clan, who has been really doing good. A lot of explosive performance coming from this team. And as for MERICAL vibes, this is actually one of the crowd's favorite. But currently, they are at the bottom of the overall rankings. There is also HORAA Esports that performed really well during the playoffs, but they kind of fell a little short during day number 1 of the grand final. So I do believe that there will be a lot of resurgence happening for day number 2, since we only got 3 days for the grand finals, ladies and gents. And whoever will win out of these 16 teams that we have inside the lobby, we will have a direct invitation for that team to participate in the upcoming Clash of Giants Season 5.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited for that. Of course, these are the point system that has been used in majority of all the PUBG Mobile esports circuit. 10 points awarded to the winners of the chicken dinner. As you can see, the numbers slowly dwindle down from 2nd place all the way down to the 8th spot. 9 to 16 receives no points at all. So, of course, every single elimination point is going to be vital for them to be able to succeed in accumulating the most amount possible. So this is the grand finals, which you guys are tuning right now. So we'll definitely keep you guys up to speed as well on the leaderboards in a moment. But it's only 3 days of play. And like you said, as much as we do have big names like MERICAL vibes or so, these teams are basically stacked against each other. They need to ensure that they put their best foot forward.
Yes, sir. And to be honest, DRX, this is, for me, by far the most consistent team that I've seen play for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. They're not so keen at getting that chicken dinner, but if they want to get that chicken dinner, or they're definitely going to be having it. But let's talk about, of course, how much these teams are actually fighting for. It's a total of $5,000 US, ladies and gents. And of course, plus bragging rights. It is what it is at the end of the day. The first place will get the lion's share, of course. There's no doubt about that one. But let's talk about as well the individual prize, which is the most valuable player, and everyone's out to get it. During the playoffs, it was Sky of HORAA Esports. There's also action of Falcons Force, and of course, who can forget Lamborghini of D Savior?
Absolutely, and of course, with the names that are playing on our virtual stage in moments time, these are some of your favorite teams out there. We've got HORAA Esports and so many more names to come. Some of the favorites coming in from Southeast Asia, such as BIGETRON Red Aliens, Alter Ego Ares, D-Savior, as well as the PCL favorites, TJB Esports. And it's really interesting to actually see that there's plenty of roster changes that has been made throughout the course of the past couple of months, and I'm just excited to actually see how it forms up. Even BTR, they are introducing new prodigies on the block.
You know what? I haven't really seen Zuxi and Luxy play in a match, so that's also an interesting lineup, for the side of BIGETRON Red Aliens. But there is no doubt that this is one of the formidable teams that we have inside the lobby. And also there's the exception of HARAME Bros, which is the only Philippine representative that we've got playing inside this tournament. So that's also one, I think, factor that we should be looking out for, because Federales is the Filipino Terminator, and so far he has been doing great. They were the champions, of course, during the recent Challenger Series in Southeast Asia. So I cannot wait for them to actually perform really good for day number 2.
Yeah, I hope so as well, as we are also seeing teams starting to pick up a little bit more of that momentum heading into the later stages of day number 1. But can they actually translate it into something even better? With only 1 day of play, I guess there's definitely adjustments that teams have been able to make after assessing the situation. Things definitely look really good for teams like DRX, BTR, and of course, a few other notable mentions as well. So I guess that they're just hoping to replicate what they have actually been able to achieve back in day 1. But I'm pretty sure that all these other teams, if they're not within the top 5 ratio, they're definitely hungry to hunt out some of the top dogs out there. But we shall see in moments time. As for the map rotations, I believe it should be pretty similar as to what we have seen from yesterday's run, where we're playing maps of both Erangel as well as Miramar.
I guess I'd be focusing my attention more on those teams that are part of the second page, since these are Titans, right? And this is what Sir Cloud and I always talk about, that these teams will not just, like make it easy for those teams that are already at the upper half section of the overall rankings to just win all of this. And I'm just excited, with the fact that former Vibes is a little bit distracted during day number 1 of the grand finals. So now that we are coming in for day number 2, I just hope that they can give us all of their focus, right? And also for the, alter ego errors. I mean, Rosemary has been performing well, as in this whole competition. And I would love for them to actually retaliate back into the battlefield and just prove, to everyone that they are one of the toughest teams, to actually destroy from inside the battlefield.
That's right. And on top of that, of course, when you mention Rosemary, there's also other fundamental names. And right now, the MVP has to be QXZ. That's been absolutely lethal on that battlefield, as he's been able to stack 19 total eliminations within the span of the day. And that's also due to the fact that he's been working very well in tandem with his frontline duo as well. I believe that these numbers are definitely equally matched from his teammate, but the damage output is absolutely immaculate from QXZ.
Yeah, stellar performance coming from DRX. I believe the dynamic duo would be QX Triple Z and of course Saisei. These two guys right here, just like like Batman and Robin, and they just like go through their power through all the matches, and they just really continue to wow us every time. I mean, just look at the stats here. It's 3.17 average elimination points. So they put down at least 3 to 4 players from inside the battlefield, and to have this kind of players in a team, they're pretty unstoppable, to be honest.
It really looks to be so, as it's not only 2 names that we're seeing here from the side of DRX, but actually 3, including Hyunbin, that's been able to provide that assistance, that support from even close distance or even long range. And other than that, we got 2 members outside of BIGETRON, Red Aliens, with both Richuki as well as Lapar. First, with the Prodigy really making a great mark here. We probably might actually see him a little bit more in all of these upcoming international circuit. I believe some of them are getting themselves prepared for the Esports World Cup at the very same time. So there's definitely a lot for them to prove right here in the Ruthless Invitationals. Now, other than the few that mentioned names, there's also from HARAME Bros, Federales, and not forgetting TIANBA's very own Long.
Yes, sir. And of course, this is, Ruthless Invitational Showdown, as well as the Clash of Giants, makes a great pseudo stage, right? This is where the teams really train, test out their strategies. If they've got new players who would want to join into the roster, this is the perfect time for them to kind of set their dynamics, on how they approach every situation in the game. And again, this is the perfect time for them to prep for the upcoming global stage coming from PUBG Mobile. Now, this is what the guys or the audience have been waiting for. Of course, the overall ranking. We've got DRX sitting on the throne with 93 points and 2 winner-winner chicken dinners, followed by BIGETRON Aliens with 73 and TALON Esports. And by the way, if in case you guys are asking down there in the comments section, the reason why TALON Esports joined us for the grand finals is the fact that CAG Osaka, despite qualifying for the grand finals, is not going to play with us, and TALON Esports will be taking their place.
Yeah, and of course, they've been putting up a great showing coming from the side of TALON Esports. Notable names such as YOODO as well as FAZE has been their staple, hitting into how they've been able to just rake up those points. And within the top 8, it's great to actually see K1 Esports pushing upwards as well. That also will be joined by Team PANDUM. Though they are just by the borderline of that second page, they're still within that grasp in order to I want to say, I want to find that word, propel. That's the word. That's right. So 29 points as well as 28 points, pretty much within touching distance. So you will see that the middle of the pack, they will be neck and neck. So we expect to see a little bit more shift to come. Now, of course, it's definitely a huge surprise to see names like DRS Gaming, Alter Ego Aries, The Savior, TJP, and MERICAL Vibes not really getting the best out of day 1, but day 2, I hope that they will be back up to speed as they've always shown us in those global stages.
Right. That's the very same sentiment that I have every time I see their names, you know, on the second page or perhaps the third page during the playoffs. But Alter Ego Eras, they love to kind of have a slow burn, you know, so definitely I'm expecting them to have a major comeback for day number 2 of the grand finals. And as you can see on the screen, ladies and gents, this is how it's going to go down. We're going to kick things off in Erangel and then 2 Miramars, and then we're heading back to the OG map, of course, 2 Erangels right there in between. And for the ending, we're going to have the final battle in Miramar.
Yeah, this is absolutely lovely. I believe that all the players, they're so well versed into how exactly it's going to go down on all these 8x8 maps, you know, and there's no Sandhawk curveballs to be thrown in between, so you will still definitely see the type of tempo of play that they could actually build from each maps to go. So with that being said, we're getting ourselves ready for our very first game. Are you guys ready though? Because you can throw in your predictions right now. Now, do I have any predictions in the bag? Well, honestly, I'm not too sure, but if there's anything that's going to be safe for me to put, probably on the side of BTR. These boys have been, you know, out there for the longest time, and yeah, they definitely got my vote out there. And for those on the second page, I'm hoping to see more coming in from the side of DRS as well.
BTR is not a bad choice after all. Now, waiting for a prediction coming from the prod team. Which team are you gonna pick this time, Astro? Come on, show us now.
He's gonna take a sweet time.
All right, DRX, more on the same
Okay.
bet right there. Okay, there's that big question mark if DRX can actually maintain their position, right? If they can keep the crown over their heads. But as for Red Queen, you know me, you know, I love HORAA Esports, so I do believe that Sky will reclaim the throne as the most valuable player for the grand finals. So I do believe they're going to be making up for all of the 6 matches that just happened yesterday, because not all of them were good. So for day number 2, I just feel like they're going to power up, you know, turn themselves into super science and just get all the points that they need to catapult themselves, of course, at the top spot once again, ladies and gents. So let's go.
Absolutely, and I definitely would love to see what they have got cooked up in the kitchen. Well, they're not exactly in the kitchen. You know the boys. They're on their phones getting themselves ready. Now, it's definitely interesting to actually see how they've been able to, you know, once again, come together to play in a very global setting with, of course, thanks to their partners here that's been able to really pit some of the best out there internationally. So, of course, with a lot of massive changes, teams are still kind of adapting into how exactly they would be able to get perhaps safer rotations heading into this day 2, because yesterday there's a lot of altercation somewhere throughout the middle of the course. So this is why we'll definitely have to focus what exactly will be the best plan possible. We've seen, you know, the central area to be mainly the focal points for some of these teams, but there are also certain teams that love playing by the edges as well.
Yes, sir. And you know what? I feel like we're going to see a lot of changes happen coming into day number 2, since, most of the teams here have already gone through the first broadcast yesterday. And I believe they've already recalibrated, or at least, like, went back to the drawing board and just discussed, okay, what could have been the right thing to do in each situation. So I would love to see those alterations, those new rotations, those new strategies for today's set of matches. And here we go, ladies and gents, kicking things off in Erangel. Let's see what kind of fly path Pubg has in store for us.
Seems like it's coming in from the southeastern side, heading into the corners of potentially even Zarki. So it's pretty much well balanced in terms of trajectory on how this will basically favor certain teams to be able to move directly into where exactly they want. As you can see right now, Falcon has already gotten their way into Sanovska, so they should be able to just dock safely by the corners of Nova Noi, being the first one to drop. But all eyes are definitely going to be around those central fields. If there's going to be any form of contest at all, I believe we didn't really see too much out of that, even back in day 1. So they should be pretty much going on a very standard type of drop. Whereas it's going to be definitely interesting to see what's going to happen later on, as we have yet to actually get ourselves that first phase of the circle. For MERICAL Vibes, we'll be sharing the island of Sanovska military base as well. So who knows? There might just be blockades coming to either side of the bridge later on.
And if you guys are keeping tally on your favorite players, of course, the guys that have the most elimination points will be coming from DRX still. That would be Saisei, and of course your MVP QX Triple Z. We also got Rick Cookie, or aka Satar, coming from BIGETRON Red Aliens. Let's see if we're going to have some changes happen with that kind of lineup, as the players going for the MVP title. Now, getting back into the game, we've got 2 teams right here about to battle it out. We've got DRS, or The Real Soldiers, going up with China's TIANBA.
Wow, this is definitely interesting to actually see how they will be able to match each other's firepower. Now, the RS is taking the center of the city instead, where it's a little bit of a spread coming from the side of TIANBA. It's going to be difficult for them to cross over the street, especially with Killer YT keeping watch from this corner of the rooftops. So this is definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. So they will at least be provided with a little bit of time to get some of all these stocks and whatever loots that they need to. But this isn't exactly in the direct center of the field. So one way or another, they got to eventually find those vehicles to get the heck out of there, because it's built up, baby. You don't want to stay there for too long.
Yes, and also just to give you guys a quick update right here, we've got PANDUM, FAZE clan onto the north and the south part of Jorgapul area, pretty close with K1. Now, I do believe that PANDUM has that great opportunity to do some gatekeeping, right, up against the K1. TJB will be coming from the area of Severny, but also there's a possible clash that might happen between TALON Esports and HORAA Esports. I believe they're over at Yasnaya. But as for DRS and TIANBA, we both know that this 2 teams right here about to get head-to-head. And we're just really waiting for that right opportunity to, to see any of the players coming from both of the teams to get their opening knock. I mean, you always have to get the timing right.
Absolutely. And it's not going to be all too easy for the side of DRS, because no matter how they want to approach this, it really feels like TIANBA is actually forcing their hands right now. If you want to move out, you have to go through us. So it definitely will be very important for Killer YT to actually find an opening knock or some sort in order to create that opening for them to either move out ahead into the center of the field, or maybe just go for that full collapse as well. We definitely want to see that full collapse, but it's definitely not happening anytime soon. So let's take a look at TALON Esports.
Yes, sir. And of course, during during the playoffs and as well as day number 1, we've seen a lot of drop clashes happen, but this is already day number 2. So I do feel like most of the teams are being extra careful with every step that they make inside the battlefield. After all, in order for you to get that winner chicken dinner, you have to make a series of good decisions. So I don't think any team would want to be reckless at this point in the competition, considering the fact that, okay, if you've already built that kind of foundation up, as I mean, like DRX, I mean, they already have 93 points, and so far they are at the top of the charts here. You don't want to make, a lot of mistakes. I mean, if you can actually avoid making errors or like making mistakes inside the game, then that could be, that could work perfectly fine for your team. And Team Pandum, okay, they are pretty close with FaZe and K1, but then again, there's really no hard push happening just yet. It's vanilla. Oh, okay, we got a first blood. Gyante already goes down, so that's the opening knock that we have been waiting for. So I'm pretty sure that TIANBA now will get into position. Oh, now they
wow.
already have the number advantage because DRS down to just 2 active members.
That's pretty insane. He just sprayed through the smoke and he finds another one. QZZ. This is one of the reasons why he's on the list of one of the top dogs out there in terms of damage being done, and he's slowly chunking out members of the side of DRS as the smoke fades away. DRS now down to only 3, and they could not really cross the street to actually go for that revive for Gyante to be participating as well. So only 2 members here. TIANBA is definitely going to look to close in.
Not a great way to start the game coming from the side of DRS Gaming. I mean, this is all information gameplay. We are already at our 13th match. We've been playing since July 3, so countless times already at this. I mean, both of the teams already was able to get into a fight. And again, one of the things that you would want to avoid when playing Battle Royale is being too predictable, right? If your enemies or the opposition can read on what kind of strategy you're about to show them, that could be dangerous. That could be deadly on your side.
Absolutely. And on top of that, we have a glimpse out of BTR as they do take out one of the MVPs out there, and this is where the full collapse comes in. Sleepy gets that knock and will look to eliminate Long as he has already infiltrated the compound, but it's not going to be a clear just yet. Holding through the staircase with that DBS. It's going to look to at least shut them off. Going to go in for a full revive, and he will take that peek. Drops another one in the back as well. Now down to Shan. Shan, what more can he do? It seems like Sleepy is putting up quite the fight, but he's looking for his own revives as well. Is there going to be enough time for him to do so? Going to go quickly with this one as he definitely needs all the help he could get, but QZZ is already out there. Definitely thirsty for blood, but they're also going for the revives just to go for a quick reset. Nates are up, and Sleepy's dropping a big one. Oh my word, that Micro Uzi's gonna find it, and eventually DRS bites the dust.
Honestly speaking, that was a pretty ballsy move coming from DRS. Sleepy, even though they lost the fight, obviously they don't have that manpower, they don't have that firepower, and TIANBA's really, going full steam on them. But, the fact that he eliminated players from TIANBA while having to deal with another player just outside of that building is a great execution, high risk, but very courageous.
Very, very courageous. That's a valiant effort as well, right? Despite that, they only walk away with that 1 point, but it wasn't exactly a lobby where, it's the easiest for them to play out from DRS. They start off with that deficit of those knocks going over in favor of TIANBA, but that's the best they could basically do. And TIANBA is going to take the slow way around on that blue zone heading into the stage 1. Meanwhile, into the zone we go. Over on Mount Gatka, we already see FaZe Clan taking full control. Getting a glimpse out of a team right down below. I believe that to be Pandum. As he's hoping to actually pick off Jabrenki on the outskirts. Not going to be able to hit it all too perfectly, but chunks him down to 50%. And yes, indeed, this is a circle pulling towards this corners of Gatka and also covering the areas of South George.
I mean, no doubt, FaZe Clan has taken over, this very nice spot right here. I mean, obviously, Gatka Mountain is the focal point, for the whole circle, but there will be a lot of teams headed towards that direction because they would want to snatch that area right there because this is the best spot to actually assume a lot of points. I mean, you can see Onzen doing a massive spray, but the thing about being at the top or like having the higher ground advantage is that when you run out of resources and ammos, that could put you in a bad spot.
Yeah, they definitely have to be on the lookout as well. How many bullets do they still have then to really waste it on spraying onto multiple vehicles? Meanwhile, you're caught between a rock and a hard place, but it's going to be Sky that goes down from the side of HORAA. No fear, might be able to do something to hold them back, but he's also having a predicament of his own, pushing up against the rest of FaZe Clan.
Okay, so Sky, the MVP for the playoffs, had already gone back to the lobby. So HORAA Esports operating with just 3 players now, and they're going up against FaZe Clan. But I do believe if we're going to be checking out the minimap, I see a lot of callers down there. So this is the party will definitely start in just a while. But so far, it's been just like a trade-off, like an exchange happened, but no team is really pushing just yet. But I'm pretty sure that teams that will be coming from down below at the foot of that mountain will be heading towards, like I do feel like they're gonna hike up, just to make sure that they can play at a certain level wherein they can still defend themselves even though they are down below.
True enough, and at the very same time, I do see the only team that's currently on rotation is going to be TIANBA ever since they've had some early allocation back over the quarters of Milta. So the problem is, where exactly does TIANBA arrive? And when they do they pick up a fight against some of those teams that are around the lower grounds of Mount Gatco right now? Because that's being guarded by teams like Alter Ego as well as the Savior. Meanwhile, Falcon will find one, as I see, hopes to clear out that sniper tower. Falcons force so far managing to pick up that 1 point. A decent start for the squad, as they might have had a little bit of a shaky start back in day 1 of this playoffs, but they've already added 28 points from yesterday. Now finally opening their account with 1. Not too shabby after all, as we take a wide view of how this is going to shift as phase 1 draws to a close. But stage 2, it will confirm that it'll be over on top of Gatka and also South George as well. So K1's going to be absolutely happy that they're at least having a little bit of ground to hold on to with a little bit split going on. A 2-2. Meanwhile, Talon's also approaching from the north.
And you know what? TIANBA is one of the aggressive teams that we have so far inside the lobby. I mean, okay, so we're going to go back to that in just a while because the kill fit is actually lighting up. We've got TJB going up against BPR at the moment. We've got Longs with a massive spray right there and actually getting the job done. And, okay, so the fight right now, we can see that Lapar and Tatar are the only active members for BTR. I mean, but this is a tandem that you don't want to see or like go through inside a battlefield, because these 2 guys right here can pretty much really defend themselves with any weapon at hand.
Yeah, it's BTR that we're talking about here. It is quite them having a couple of members taken down very early on. They're just holding it true, especially in the hands of Lapar as well as Michuki. Suxy still needs a helping hand though. But it's definitely hard to approach the side of DX, as this is a 3-way warfare with DRX fighting in between as well from the outskirts. So it's just going to be a little bit tricky to navigate their way around. Only as tries to scout out into the Take Vodka smoke. Richuki might be able to hear something in return, but the Savior, they're just playing it very safely. They do get the revive over on the side of Nate T, and that's the only best case scenario that BTR has to work with at the moment. They will have to just let Zuxi be and play ES2.
The fact that TJB is actually dealing some business with BTR, I do believe that gave a little time for the side of the Savior to recuperate in that situation. I mean, as you saw just a while ago, one of them actually got knocked down with a nade, right? And now they're on full force, and they could probably go for a pinch right here. We can see that Shadow is throwing some nades up against K first of TJB. Has gotten some damage right there. I mean, he has to go practically, and then there you go, ladies and gents. I mean, at the end, it was Rick Cookie who actually stole that point from the Savior. Unfortunately, Lamborghini is on the ground, but I do believe they still have time to go for that pickup, so all is well from their side.
Oh, there goes Richuki already on the ground, and like you said, this is actually Satar. But with all these name changes, I always thought, hey, it's a new player, but I get bamboozled, so don't be, now that you guys are well informed. But the Savior, they heard all the ruckus, they won, and they dropped that nade. For MERICAL Vibes, having Doc to scout out around, and they're also going to respond as well, dropping a nade towards the side of Nate T as well as Paragon. So they know that they're not going to be the only ones that's circling around the side of BTR. That's going to be a beautiful knock onto the side of Paragon. Does for MERICAL Vibes want in or not? Wow! A double on the second nade as well. Now DX is down to 2.
Oh man, I mean, Doc is doing a great third party here. I mean, he's just really getting lucky with the shots. Oh, unfortunately, oh man, he's currently on the ground, and that's courtesy of FaZe Clan. So I'm pretty sure that his teammate, of course, will go and rescue him. But this opened up a good shot, you know, for the side of BIGETRON Red. It is the Savior now is in big trouble.
This Savior, they had the upper hand. How could they actually fumble in such a position? I thought that they'll be safe, but, you know, for MV definitely delivered a hefty amount of surprise with that ambush coming in from the back as well, third-partying their way, and now looking to infiltrate into the compound. BIGETRON Red Aliens are not going to allow a free pass as well. So Shadows, he's got to play it all safely all alone now. From 4 members, only down to 1, and also that's thanks to not only for MERICAL Vibes, but from far across the hills. I believe FaZe Clan was also chiming in, so that's definitely interesting to note. Speaking of which, FaZe Clan, they will also be battling K1 Esports by the top side of the hill, which you are seeing the feet running wall again.
And, okay, so Apex goes down. They're going up against TIANBA at the moment, but there's a lot of fights happening simultaneously. And here comes No Fear coming from HORAA Esports, doing a rapid spray up against that vehicle right there is already on the move. But here goes Lapar with a shot of a S12K and actually gets a job done. D Savior, just like that, exited the game with 1 elimination point under their name. So this is not like a good game for the side of D Savior, and they're currently at the 2nd page, so we all know that they need to score some extra points here. Now K1 versus FaZe, player 1 is currently on the ground bleeding out. We can see that, you know, there's a really heavy exchange coming out from this both teams, but FaZe Clan emerged victorious.
Absolutely victorious, like you said it. And FaZe Clan, they're looking to actually get those revivals done, but the nades are flying from the side of HORAA Esports. This might just be a moment to shine right now, as you predicted it. The FaZe Clan, they're not going to budge at all. They will continue to go in for the revive as much as they're being pinched. Kill of nades flying in, and I'm not sure if they can manage to stay afloat. And on the other corner, there's also Team PANDUM in the party as well. Achil might be able to just steal some points away if they could, and yes, they do. Achil finds 1, but a tick of HP left. He has to pull back. No Fear, putting no stops to this one, as he's just gonna continue on. Nade after nade, not really finding it, but it's gonna be FaZe Clan slowly withering away, and HORAA stacks up 5 points in the process.
Oh my goodness, FaZe has just actually turned into Krabby Patties. I mean, they were sandwiched in between 2 amazing teams right there. And both PANDUM as well as HORAA Esports just capitalized on that information. And now we can see that FaZe Clan is already out of the way. They were taken out of the equation. And we can see the exchange happening right now between TALON and HORAA Esports. Redface just got knocked down. But fortunately, though, he has a teammate right beside him. So that pickup is inevitable. 8 is remaining. And we are, what, at stage 4? I mean, the match became, you know, a bit fast, you know, for our taste.
Yeah, I want to just quickly segue and thank the producers for putting up some great infographics as well. Now, the zone is also slowly closing in as well, as you can see why these teams are basically battling for the top of the mountain, because this is where it will end up. Somehow, YOODO Alliance have Shoyo squeezing their way into the foothill, but the rest of them are just trying to navigate their way through from the northwestern end, as it's just going to be a little bit of a standstill between both TALON Esports as well as HORAA at the moment. TIANBA does find 1 in the form of Baron, knocking that member for MERICAL Vibes. And they've been holding strong for the longest of time, but for MERICAL Vibes are only down to 1 at the moment.
I did mention the fact that TIANBA is one of the aggressive teams that we have inside the lobby, and they were able to put up 9 elimination points now, followed by HORAA Esports with 7. I do believe this number is the same thing with BIGETRON Red Aliens, just to keep you guys, you know, updated with everything that is going on. We can see TIANBA, again, just firing it up. You know, this is not even 4th of July, but everywhere we try to look at, it's all explosive. But what a counter coming from Refus, shutting down not just 1, but 2 players. TIANBA eliminated with 10 elimination points still. That is
unbelievable
a good performance, right?
That snap, like almost a 180 swing right there in just a split second, has gotten their hopes once again all the way up there. And TIANBA was just so happy to take them on, but they were a little bit reckless in that process. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance will be able to shut one down, but those nades are flying right in. Meanwhile, the fights continue on the top side of the hill to see who's going to be the king of the mountains. Nades now dropping into the side of Yoru as the rest of HORAA Esports looking to get more and more done, but they don't exactly have the perfect angle to just find it against the rest of Talon Esports. Now we're down to our top 4. Talon Esports dropping a perfect one towards the side of Mr. Borrow, and this is where they will open up all the angles as they are slowly shredding them apart. Perfect work coming from the side of Axel as he will hunt them out with the DBS.
That was what, like a 3-piece kill from Axel? Was it just 2? Okay, so one of them was already down, right, Mr. Borrow? So, but I mean, the way that he charged in all alone, did not even wait for any backup whatsoever. That was, again, one of the, I can say a best push so far, at least for round number 1 of day number 2. But here you go, ladies and gents, we are already looking at the final 3 teams. We got DRX, Talon Esports, and of course, your boys contra Red Aliens.
That's right, and I'm just really surprised that BTR, they've kept themselves quiet and safe for the longest time, and they are still right here in the top 3, but all eyes will definitely be on them later on. DRX will have to reposition with Hyunbin moving into the vehicles, and DRX, the reason why we keep seeing them being so consistent is that they know how to play for that end game. Now they do have some numbers to actually work it out against the side of Talon Esports to go toe-to-toe, but BTR, they can be kingmakers here despite them just playing by the rough corners on the south side. Talon Esports, this is their game to lose. I mean, just look at the position. They have not only the top side of the hill, they also dictate who gets to cut across towards the north side of the circle.
Yes, you're right. I mean, this is going to be like a hard execution coming from the side of Talon Esports. I mean, considering the fact that BIGETRON Red Aliens now are going for the backstab, and they will be pretty exposed, you know, with the boys or from the boys of DRX. So they have to grow a pair of eyes in the back of their heads, you know, just to be aware of like both directions here. And I cannot say that this is such a good spot for Talon Esports, but if they want that chicken, oh, they will have to double up. They will try, of course, or just like give all efforts needed for them to catch that WWCD.
Yeah, and on top of that, I love the ideas coming from the side of DRX. They saw BTR pushing towards the other side of the hill, so they are looking to sandwich Talon Esports in between. So it's only Red FAZE versus 3 members on the side of DRX.
Yeah.
They start being exchanged. They do find QX, Zito, and Red FAZE doing a heck lot of work right now. Now Hyunbin's trying to go in for the exchange. Still have those nades in hand, 5 as a matter of fact. But that's not going to be enough to actually get the right angles. Hyunbin knows that he's going to be very close by. Drops 1, still not finding the mark just yet. But the pressure is absolutely on. BTR, on the other hand, dropping nades on the side of Yoru, hoping to find a lucky one in order to get some angles opened up for themselves. But BTR, immense pressure over a top side here.
I mean, Hyunbin has been throwing a lot of nades, right? But just look at the trigger discipline coming from Red FAZE right there. I mean, total badass, if you ask me. But, of course, the fight continues on! Talon with a massive nade! Now we're down to just DRX and Talon Esports battling for the first WWCD of the night. Hyunbin again, just cooking up the nade real good. Let's see who's gonna win the fight.
Now, Talon has the equal amount of numbers, though there is a little bit of a tough angles for him to work with. Talon will send Axel deeper into the center of the field, or should I say on the lower grounds of where the circle is currently at, as they will leave Yoru as well as Red FAZE to go in for the exchange. Now, this is definitely going to be interesting as the rest of DRX, they're pretty much laser focused onto singling out a single target at the very least. Mates are going to be hard to actually catch anybody out there from the side of DRX as FAZE is just randomly hustling them through. But look at Soez though. Soez is just slowly squeezing by. He might be able to find something, and that nade kind of signals a little bit of warning coming from the side of FAZE.
I mean, it's a 2v3 at the top, so I don't know where Axel is actually trying to go. Maybe like going for the off angle. I do understand that one, but it's so far down. It's really risky at this point in the competition. But okay, so it's still DRX that holds the upper hand up against the TALON Esports, but this is a 3v3. We can see that Axel now is trying to just look for that angle that could best work for him, but everyone, I do believe, needs to descend a little considering the kind of circle that we have on your screen.
Indeed. Whereas just coming in with the off angle here definitely could still pull in some surprises. Speaking of surprises here, YOODO does find one, and this is the best chance possible for side of TALON Esports. It's going to be a 2-on-2 fight over on the top end of the hill as YOODO drops in, even the Molotov in exchange. Axel now being spotted out. Hyunbin has his attention being pulled towards the low ground, and that's where FAZE strikes, and it's only down to one. DRX, they're being denied from getting another win as TALON Esports advances forward. Damage being done, but how much can Hyunbin handle all by himself? This is going to be a tough one to crack, but Hyunbin will take them down. Nonetheless, DPS finds 2, and now down to a 1-versus-1.
TALON Esports already knows that DRX are the kings, you know, for the grand finals. But you know what? They are ready to put a stop on that one. As TALON Esports Axel on your screen, ladies, just having a great exchange. And of course, winning the fight, TALON Esports coming in hot, gets the first chicken dinner for day number 2 of the grand finals.
Red Queen, that was absolutely wild. Down to that 1-versus-1 to see who's the king of the hills, and it will be TALON Esports here from Indonesia that triumphs by the end of it. Honestly, DRX was just one tap away as well. They were just shrouded with the smokes. They were exchanging weapons as well. But by the very end of it all, TALON's got that upper hand. They've definitely assessed that situation. And just having Axel to go on an off angle, despite him needing to climb back upwards, he definitely took that initiative and played to a T. And lo and behold, these are the stats that we do have from the boys. You're being the kingmaker in many of these battles.
Oh man, it was a tough, you know, exchange still. I mean, TALON Esports, they do know that they need those extra points, right? And DRX, I don't think they made it very easy for TALON Esports to win the fight. They really gave it their all, but unfortunately, I think, you know, it's just the situation, perhaps the position as well. TALON Esports has that upper hand up against DRX, and of course, it all boils down to how good the execution will be. And so far, it was a great display coming from TALON Esports, hence winning the first match this evening. But pretty sure that DRX still currently at the top spot. So again, that brings in the question of the evening: which team is gonna dethrone Korea's DRX?
Yeah, speaking of dethroning, I don't see a way that they could quickly do just that, because DRX, despite finishing second, they do have stacks of elimination points that they've been able to acquire here inside of Erangel. So we also take a look at the stats coming from our top 4 teams of Erangel as well. BIGETRON Red Aliens, they have played it a little bit more passively after that crazy affair over on the foothill of Mount Gatka, where you had Savior to deal with for MERICAL vibes, and the name list goes on. But it definitely was a great showing coming from not only HORAA but also TIANBA Esports.
And there you go, ladies and gents. The stats head-to-head, 2,089 for the side of TALON Esports. Only goes to show that they have fired most of the shots there and knocked down a lot of players inside of Battlefield. Although, yeah, and it's a great thing as well, because they were able to translate that one into full-blown elimination points, 9-3 compared to DRX. And I guess DRX, they've I think perfected, you know, the right timing to get into a battle. That is why they're so lucky with the elimination points.
Yeah, and on top of that, it definitely has to be Richuki to be the MVP of this matchup. From surviving that onslaught of the Saber into bringing it into a top 3, I think this is the best that he could ask for, because not only they get those elimination points back for the side of BTR, but they've managed to pull a top 3 finish. And as we take a look at the stats, surely Richuki has the most numbers with 666 in terms of damage, but Yoru, no fear, they all have accumulated 5 points apiece. And not forgetting QZZ, but TIANBA, they were bested by that same individual play coming from the edges, which we saw absolutely overwhelmed the side of TIANBA, but QZZ was just phenomenal throughout the course of our first round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously FaZe Clan was the first team to actually climb Mount Gaka. Unfortunately, again, there were just like too many teams that headed towards that direction and would love to snatch away that location, and it was just like overwhelming for the side of FaZe Clan up until, you know, like HORAA and PANDUM just made it rainade, you know, up against the FaZe Clan right there. And for the match rankings, ladies and gents, 19 points in total for the side of TALON Esports, followed closely by BTR and HORAA. We also got TIANBA right here for teams that ended the game with a double-digit score. As for Alter Ego, Eras, and K1 of China, those are 2 teams that had an early elimination without putting any number whatsoever up onto the scoreboard.
Yeah, that there's definitely going to be better rounds to come for some of these guys out there, but for our match report, we definitely see some of your favorites all over on the screen. Richuki, not only is he the master of damage output, he's been doing a lot of eliminations and, of course, utilizing a lot of resources out there.
Wow.
I guess our predictions are not too far off, but it's TALON Esports that surges their way forward, now adding into 72 points. BTR is still on the chase against the side of DRX, but the consistency will still see DRX on that podium. TIANBA maintaining their form as well in the top 4. HARAME Bros, not much has been seen into this matchup for the Filipino representatives, but we definitely want to see a little bit more as Federal is just getting started.
And TALON Esports, I mean, they're not really wasting this opportunity. I mean, they were, you know, like a team that replaced TAG Osaka for the grand finals, and now they are at the 3rd spot. Man, they are really eyeing to get that prize pool, and of course, bragging rights. Like, if you win this Ruthless Invitational Showdown, again, we've got the best of the teams coming from all of the regions, you know, for PUBG Mobile. Now, looking at the second page, ladies and gents, there's a big move, okay? I mean, not so big, but there's that movement that we are looking for, coming from 4 MERICAL vibes, right? They were at the bottom of the page just a while ago, but now, since with that an okay, a so-so performance coming from 4MV, they moved up 2 ranks. So, you know, whatever it is, they took a step, and it was a great performance still. That's why they are moving up ranks. So I would love to see more. I would love to see that kind of energy coming from 4 MERICAL vibes.
Yeah, we can also see that perhaps in terms of their perspective of how they really want to play things out, maybe a little bit tad aggressive, but perhaps, you know, giving them a little bit of time will help a lot. And that's why we're going on in a short break, ladies and gents. And when we come back, we'll bring you into our second match of the day.
day 2 gonna be like? Well, lots of fireworks, I'm pretty sure of it. But welcome back, ladies and gents, to Ruthless Hype Esports Season 6 for the Invitational Showdown. My name is Red Queen Andy, together with Contra, and we're gonna be your casters for the last remaining 2 days of the grand finals.
That's right, and you know, it's an explosive start, just like how I love my opening game to be all the time. So we definitely see a whole lot of effort being put out by TALON Esports to seize that first chicken dinner of day 2, but we still see DRX securing a top 2 finish, which is why that level of consistency is showing once again for a side of DRX that they're not changing that game plan because it works every single time, despite, you know, not being as flashy as other teams like TIANBA that's been racking those numbers up in that previous game. But this time around, I believe we're moving slowly into Miramar, so it's going to be a shift of tempo of play, but basically not too far off of what we have gotten so far out of the tournament. So ladies and gentlemen, this is where we're at. We're moving into our 8th match of the tournament here in the grand finals, as we will see different sceneries and perhaps different set of plays being brought out by teams that have not only done well, but those teams that are still struggling to find that tempo, struggling to find that momentum. And I think we've seen a couple coming in from teams like the Saber and many more, but these 4 teams on your screen right now have been some of the best in Miramar.
You know what? If DRX actually won the first match, then production will get another point once again when it comes to their prediction, right? And we don't want that to happen. Nah, just kidding, guys. But yes, of course, we're always on the lookout on which teams are going to be showing us one great performance. And DRX is, of course, one of the most consistent team that I've seen so far in any tournament that I've casted. You know, I casted for the Korean League just I believe 2 months ago or 3 months ago, and again, they're not so big, you know, in getting that winner chicken dinner, but when it comes to like how good they are when it you know, getting those elimination points, oh man, they are pretty great at it. So I mean, I don't expect less, you know, coming from DRX Esports. They are really a force to be reckoned with. But speaking of force, here we go again, you know, checking out like which team really has that great force in them. So production, I think you should go first again.
Yeah, please do the honors. TJB, now that's a really interesting prediction out there. We do know that they are very proficient when it comes down to playing in Miramar, though despite them not really showing too much out of day 1, I think that's a pretty cool move. And for my side, I know Talon's already gotten one. I don't really think it's fair for me to ask for a back-to-back. Huh. What about you go first, Andy?
Okay. I feel like TIANBA is gonna score big for Miramar. Yeah, I'm looking at TIANBA.
TIANBA. Okay, that's a fair statement. Now, I'm hoping to see something different this time around. What about Alter Ego? Because like we have not really seen them really turn things up a notch, but back in the PMSL, this team definitely knows how to rock some Miramar rounds, and I'm hoping if there's going to be any way to turn over a new leaf, this is where they do it.
Yeah, honestly, if Alter Ego is in the mood to get that winner chicken dinner, if they're in the mood to be really aggressive inside the game, they really, I think they come through. Alter Ego Eras, together with YOODO Alliance, I believe these 2 teams knows how to dictate the pace of the game when it comes to this barren desert, and I would love to see them, you know, really come on top for the second match this evening.
Yeah, and we're hoping for a great showing from our top 16 teams of the field, and this is once again the Ruthless Invitational Showdown as we dive into our second match of the evening. This is Miramar.
All right, guys, buckle up. We are in it for another treat, ladies and gents. Flight path started from Puerto Paraíso. So I do believe we are coming from the southeast side, going southwest. Okay, I can see La Bendita as well as Impala. But then again, we already have an idea like which of the areas are going to be highly populated. There's El Pozo, there's Pecado, there's Los Leones. So we've seen, you know, teams choose their drop yesterday. So I'm already expecting Los Leones will be one of the points for of impact right here. perhaps we can see at least 3 teams dive into this specific area. Other teams will probably go for vehicle gameplay, and probably that's where the fight will start. You know, we'll probably see a lot of hit and runs.
That's right, and just basing off of what I've been noticing so far for certain teams, I've kept my focus onto TIANBA on their approach of how they really love to play the game. They drop into one corner of the map and slowly sweeps inbound into the circle. That's how they accumulate those wealth of elimination points, and they're hoping to do the same this time from Puerto Paraiso. But question is, where exactly stage 1 is going to be? If it does favor them, though, I guess they have to play a little bit of that waiting game, and honestly, not easy to navigate through the barren desert dunes here inside Miramar, so it's definitely going to be a little bit harsher as compared to Erangel, but this is not too far off. All they have to do, drive north, and they might just bump into BTR. So great start for coming for the side of HARAME Bros, the Savior, as well as Alter Ego to be a little bit closer to the center.
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine TIANBA. I mean, the skills of this players is outstanding. It's top notch, and they're not really the kind of team to shy away from any engagement from inside the battlefield. And the fact that, you know, when it comes to information gameplay, I do believe they really go through the live broadcast, you know, for the tournament, just to check, okay, what kind of rotations can we do? Since this team right here loves to drop in this area, and this team B loves to drop in this area. How can we do the rotation? And TIANBA is really quite aggressive in the battlefield, not gonna lie about that one. And they're one of the teams that you should be looking out for. Again, this is an off-season tournament. I do understand that, you know, most of the teams here don't want to show like how good they really are inside the battlefield. They don't want to reveal their aces. They don't want to pull out their secret weapons just yet. But I mean, teams here like TIANBA, like TJB. We also have HORAA Esports as well as DRX. I mean, man, this guys love to accumulate a lot of points.
Yeah, I guess that's a constant for some of these big household names of the international scene. And one thing that I am a firm believer of is that form of consistency. Like, so certain things as a player, it's just innate to you that you know how to take the right fights at the right time, and also have a certain firm of discipline in the process as well. So as much as, like what you say, certain teams, they don't want to show all their ace in the hole cards just yet, just because, you know, those big tournaments are around the corner, but you gotta at least get into the groove of it, or else, like, how are you supposed to prepare for such huge outcomes in these big tournaments to come?
Yeah, mostly, you know, like fan service to the houses that we have so far in the hobby. But then again, you have a reputation to uphold. You have a name to live up with. So I guess really these players are, to put it up, a good show. Honestly speaking, YOODO Alliance, one of the teams that I don't really see perform that much when it comes to off-season tournaments, but right now they're rocking it out. I mean, they are on the first page of the overall ranking, so and they're doing amazingly, by the way. But this is also kind of like a huge debut for the side of HARAME Bros. Again, we don't really get to see that much Philippine teams to join in international lobby, and I do love the fact that they are showing off right now and making a name for themselves, especially you know, Federales, who have been known to be the Filipino Terminator, and he had been racking a lot of points so far, even during the playoffs. And you know, I just want to see more of what they can do inside the battlefield.
Likewise, I mean, I have a lot of expectations onto HARAME Bros. I mean, I've seen a fair share of plays coming from Federales, and I've always been impressed by how this young lad could have just really rack up those big numbers, sometimes even just by himself when his teammates are already down and out. You can't count out Federales in certain altercations. And same could be said about some other teams as well. But as for DRS, usually they play together very well as a unit. Of course, a little bit of rough start back into Erangel, but nothing too difficult for them to navigate in the early rounds of Miramar so far. But they're a little bit far off. I want to see how exactly do they rotate into the circle. BIGETRON Red Aliens, they start off with, you know, the right processes. They start off somewhere around the northwestern side, so it's not really too difficult. Meanwhile, I guess that certain teams like the Savior, which sometimes when you look into their own regional league, right, these guys used to put up crazy numbers, but
Oh,
really
yeah.
not showing up just yet. I would count out that previous map because, yeah, they were locked out in that area with For Miracle Vibes, DRX, and the name goes on, right? But
Hmm.
it isn't exactly the same way that they usually take fights, which is why I was really curious as to why they're not really, at their prime form just yet.
Yeah, I've been questioning that one too. I mean, D Savior is such a staple name, inside Ruthless Hive Esports, and I haven't really seen them really perform, the way that I see them perform inside a Battlefield. So I'm also waiting for them to kind of transform into the beast that I know that they are, right?
Hmm.
And speaking of beast, there's also the change in Falcons Forced. As you can see, East is actually playing with them right now, coming from For Miracle Vibes, and there was a lot of rumors, a lot of chats that happened during the previous tournaments where we are casting, and they say that okay, For Miracle Vibes is not really playing in their prime anymore since East is no longer with them, but Doc keeps on like shutting down naysayers, those doubters, and Doc really is, and the rest of For Miracle Vibes is really performing at their best, and they're pretty good so far.
Yeah, I would still say that they are still having pretty much a good game sense of how they used to play together, even despite changes into the roster, not really having ease to be, one of the top fraggers for Miracle Vibes. But
Mhm.
that when changes happen, like there's also areas where they're hoping to implement newer stuff into their gameplay as well, which is where perhaps we're looking at the phase of adjustment coming from the side of For
Yeah.
Miracle Vibes, and hence perhaps this is where those experiments come in. But so far, not paying dividend just yet. Hoping to actually see one eventually. But for the moment, this is a lockout situation for the side of FaZe Clan as well as DRX. Taking an
Ooh.
early fight as the Nate Exchange sees QXZ already down on the ground, but nothing too difficult for them to hold true for the moment. But
Oh!
that's another nade from Mela! And this is why they call him the Thai King of Grenades.
Oh man, well, the dynamic duo has been shut down, so it's oh, we're looking at one remaining player for the side of DRX in phase. We've got Ventorix right there from afar holding off a very nice angle. Mela getting picked up by Onsen. So I guess this is a possible win on the side of phase. Now, YOODO Alliance trying to get into the mix here, trying to do the whole third party thing. But as for DRX, man, it is not looking too good. But the fact of the matter is they have gathered a lot of points, so I don't think it's gonna hurt them even if they lose the fight for this round.
It's just going to halt the side of DRX for a tad bit at the very least. So that's good news for teams like BTR as well as Talon Esports, anybody within that top 6 ratio to slowly close in upon DRX. But like you said, it doesn't really hurt too much. But we love seeing that clean
No.
engagement coming up from the side of FaZe Clan. Speaking of that, seems like DRX will have Killer getting taken out very early by Lambo. Now, I guess we definitely give a little bit scrutiny to his side of DX and say, well, Lambo, he heard all those words, and he's definitely proving us wrong.
I think he heard us. Nah, just kidding, guys. Rosemary, good shot coming from Gande. That was a nice use of his Mini 14 right there. I mean, DMRs are perfect weapons, when you guys are playing in this barren desert. Ooh, and there you go, ladies and gents. First team to get eliminated out of Miramar would be DRX, having no points whatsoever from the game. That is because of a FaZe clan. What a great exchange so far. But then again, FaZe now holds 4 elimination points, and YOODO Alliance might get into a fight after that altercation. Now, Falcons forced. Again, we've got East right here, and so far the only thing that I've observed, when it comes to the gameplay of Falcons force, is that they've become more aggressive than usual, which is actually pretty good. I mean, we are branding Top actually to be the a player who is dubbed as the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Would you agree with this?
Well, I think that there's definitely a whole lot to prove before we actually give them that title just yet. Meanwhile, the fights continue. It seems like it's never ending here. HORAA going for multiple angle sprays as Sky managed to pick one for themselves. No Fear needs a helping hand, though. AUG in the hands of Malik as he's hoping to clear out this entire sector of the area. Looks to be pretty safe for now, but TIANBA is passing right across as GG Bond hoping to give chase as well. So Team Pandum has got some business to deal here, but there is still MDYNS. That's quite a mouthful, but there will be a close part combat coming in with sprays as well. Trying to go for the drop shot, but not quick enough as Long picks that one up.
Yeah, by the way, the this conflict is actually happening on the north side of El Hazahar, right outside of the zone. There's honestly like maybe 3 teams that could battle it out in just a while because HORAA Esports is right behind Team Pandum. And possible clash as well with K1 because they will be coming from outside of the zone. But from the kill feed, it's 4 Miracle 5s having an altercation with a D Savior, and I do believe that was a confirmed kill. Lamborghini seems to have stepped out of the game.
Yeah, definitely a tough one as teams are looking for that spacing, but 4 Micro 5s is not giving them any at all. Now, only 2 members left for the side of the Savior as they're taking full control over Menace Generalis. Speaking of Menace Generalis, there's still a lone member of Tongjiabao Esports, TJB. They're looking to rotate from the south, hit it into the northwestern plains instead, eventually needing to deal with DRS as well as what I do believe to be Talon over north as well. For American Vibes now pushes upwards, finds that lone member inside of the X as they slowly weirded him down. For Miracle Vibes, they're just so clean with this execution.
Yeah, I feel like 4 Miracle 5s is on a mission for today to kind of just really climb up ranks and get themselves into the first page of the overall ranks. I mean, if it's possible for them to snatch the top spot out of DRX, then that could be wonderful, right? And from the kill feed, it's HORAA Esports right now, one of the crowd's favorite, going up against K1 of China. ZWZ is currently on the ground, perhaps already bleeding out. HORAA Esports seems to be winning the fight, but we're jumping into FaZe Clan at the moment because they're also going up against the boys of the Red Aliens. And from the play zone, the Blue Reaper just snatched a life from Team Pandum.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation here inside of Truck Stop. Hard to actually break in to take a fight against the side of BTR. So FaZe Clan decides they're just going to go in for a wraparound from the outskirts, and whoever steps a little bit out of line coming from the side of BTR, they're just going to take some form of damage one way or another. So FaZe Clan, a very smart, proactive move where they're also having, well, I'm not too sure who's player 1 on the side of FaZe Clan. That's like a secret member that we will have to find out eventually. But BTR versus FaZe Clan, this is a classic of Southeast Asia.
Don't know what is happening, behind closed doors coming from the side of the Savior because they just got eliminated with 1 elimination point. Sometimes, teams play more than 1 tournament in a day, so perhaps they're a little bit distracted or I don't know, but this is not, the kind of performance we are expecting from the guys of Vietnam. But stage 3, down to 13 teams remaining, and we're looking at TJB going up against Talon Esports. We've got M currently on the ground, and Talon Esports need to come up with an effective plan on how to win this fight. At the same time, how to revive M or rescue M in the process.
I guess that they'll just leave him be because there's no possible way for them to go out there to save him and without risking their own lives at the very same time. TJB, a very effective rotation. They came in from the south, takes the north point, now challenges the side of Talon Esports. Now, this is definitely going to be a predicament if this circle shifts away, because that has been a long journey for the side of TJB, and it does pull back into the direct center where DRS is currently at. So they will have to wrap up that fight that they had with Talon Esports before moving by, because it's not going to be all too easy later on with the existence of the rest of HORAA Esports also over in the North Point. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan has some infiltrators into Truck Stop as the challenges is on. Takes down 1 member side of BTR. More to go, though. This is still not going to be all too clear for them. But now that BTR knows, okay, they're all pretty much circulating around that warehouse, they can look for those exit points where they could just guard it very well. Richuki as well as Zuxi, they're just going to be pretty much locking their eyes onto when they're going to make a move out of Truck Stop.
I did say this, perhaps a couple of times already, that FaZe Clan, they're playing on another level here. It has been a while since I've seen FaZe Clan really dominate, and right now looking at them going up against BTR, they seem to have gotten their rhythm just right. They're obviously dictating the pace of this clash. BTR down to just 2 players right here. It's Zuxi and Tatar. So far, it's really going to be a challenge for the side of BTR to eliminate players coming from FaZe. But then again, we've known these players to be monsters inside of Battlefield. So even if it's a 4v2, even if they're already at a disadvantage, I'm not taking out the possibility that perhaps they can actually pull off a great clutch right there and turn the tables up in his face.
Absolutely, and on top of that, these two teams, especially if they're on truck stop, they don't exactly have to force any form of move just yet because they're within the range of the circle. So expect FaZe Clan to still be lying dormant at the moment, just making sure that there's not going to be other teams that will be circulating around the corners of Junkyard as well as truck stop for the moment. So any moment now, you might be able to actually see some small little skirmishes, but it's not going to be a collateral damage to be done on either side of the party just yet. But what's really going to be interesting later on is going to be FaZe, or should I say, for MERICAL Vibes versus some members of the side of YOODO Alliance. YOODO Alliance, they were holding over on the south side for quite some time. But for MERICAL Vibes says, nope, I'm not going to let you get those free rotations, so I'm going to wither down your vehicle. And thankfully, YOODO Alliance has managed to reposition, take that vehicle, and continue on with their journey into a different sector instead. But seemingly enough, that battle continues over the side of truck stop as they are looking to form up. Now that's going to be Bora finding one against HARAME Bro.
Oh man, so I thought HARAME Bros are actually having a fight with TIANBA because they are the one really, like within proximity. They're the one facing off. But you know what? There's also HORAA Esports that's trying to join into the mix here. But, an exchange is happening right now over to the northeast side of the map. But we're going to jump back to that later on because FaZe now, we've got Onsen on the floor, Mela backing up just a little bit, right? But player one, this unknown player, maybe a tryout, we don't know exactly, but he's doing pretty good, keeping BTR at bay while he buys time for the rest of the team to recuperate and reset in this situation.
Zuxi has just got to play it very defensively, at least gathering a little bit of that intel as to where they're currently moving is going to be very vital on what the next move is for the Indonesian side. But FaZe Clan, they got the numbers advantage. They could wrap from every corner of the field. I say field, I mean they're in this giant L compound, as they could just strike from any angle, but they need to be careful not to go all alone. They just should. They should just use this number advantage, storm in all together, and just clear out the entire area of play if they could. But they're giving a lot of respect towards the side of BTR. This is taking forever. And 10 seconds from now, Blues is starting to kick in, and they are forced to make a move.
TALON Esports now just went out of the game with 2 elimination points, and the battle continues between FaZe and BIGETRON Red Aliens. Yes, it is still continuing. I mean, the fight is not over just yet. BTR seems to be doing a great job, just really, really taking their sweet time. They're not really that pushy. They're not that aggressive. They are letting FaZe Clan actually come up to them instead. And obviously, FaZe is already going for that pinch, but they have to be a little careful because Zoxy is cooking up that nade and could potentially shut down at least 3 players of FaZe.
He's holding it for a very long time, though. Here comes Mela coming in with the DBS in hand, breaks down the doorways. A very tight angle for the side of Richuki to actually play this one out, but he actually goes for the opening move. And Mela, he will be taken down, but BTR is still out here to play. What a shutdown. FaZe Clan, they just absolutely get obliterated in one fall swoop.
Well, I called it out. They needed to be careful with Zuxi. He was cooking that mid, and I said, okay, that's a great angle right there. He is within the line of sight, and the moment that he threw that nade, well, he put them on the ground. All 3 of them coming from FaZe, and that was like a domino effect, a ripple effect on the side of FaZe, now losing their advantage up against BTR. I mean, they are like one of the most experienced team, I can say, veteran team of BIGETRON Red Aliens. They have this big reputation, of course, of being one of the best in the business, and they've just proven that one. 9 teams remaining. Stage 5, we've got 4 Miracle Vibes. Apex doing a massive spray right here up against BTR. But it was Federales of HARAME Bros that actually shut Rikuki down.
Yeah, they're just on a desperate move to get out of that sector because the Blues is already sweeping in. Federales versus Zuxi. Meanwhile, 4 Miracle Vibes will be chiming in as well. It's going to be Apex that takes out Zuxi. So even with a miraculous play out of that sector of Truck Stop, it does not seem like they have gotten any breaks at all the moment they step out. It's just 2 other teams to actually greet them by the edges. Now, Jimmy, he's in the middle of smoke, going up against Doc. He's going to drop that grenade. Not really chunking out Doc just yet. And there's just plenty of teams to play in these high hills where Alter Ego is also waiting on the far corner. And we're seeing a shift moving directly in favor of the side of DRS, which is where we are seeing them play a little bit more defensively. The rest of 4 Miracle Vibes takes full control of the South.
Yeah, I mean, Jimmy shoot his shot, unfortunately, did not hit his target. So Doc retaliated, you know, with a nade himself and actually gotten that point. Now, range. Ooh, tough luck. He was sent back to the lobby by 4 Miracle Vibes. Now we're down to just 2 players for the side of the HARAME Bros. And of course, the battle continues. 4 Miracle Vibes getting into position, but Federales getting tagged by who was it? Ooh, that was Baron going off angle here. Doc with the charge. Federales goes down hard.
Absolutely impeccable sprays coming out of the side of Doc. Finding double in the process as well. Just clean stuff coming in from the side of 4 Miracle Vibes in order to just clear the entire southern side of the sector. Now, fight continues on with Alter Ego Ares just in close proximities, but Apex is just chiming in from the top as well. For Esports, they got to settle the scores quickly with the side of Alter Ego, taking one down. Still no one to clear up, but it's not going to be a clean angle just yet. They now pinch into this same compound, and 4 Miracle Vibes, they want to party as they swing directly into the corners, and those nades are flying through. How much can Malik do? Apparently not much.
Oh my goodness. 4 Miracle Vibes right now announcing their presence for day number 2 of the Grand Finals. I mean, they have been racking a lot of points. 16 amazing solid points for this round. Oh my goodness, they're probably banging on their chest and just really calling it wild. He's now trying to answer back. Falcons versus 4 Miracle Vibes. Oh, this is a fight you don't want to miss.
Oh, this is the grudge match here, and they seem to be having a tough one, as that drive-by didn't really work in favor of Baron as well as Apex. Now the nades are coming in from the side of Doc. They can still go in for some pickup as Ease goes down, and that's for leaving the team. Now they're going to go for that reset as the rest of Falcons is going to do exactly the same. I guess it's about time DRS be part of this picture as well. TJB, nowhere to be seen. They only have 1 member left standing in the way, hoping to squeeze into the top 3 if possible. But Sleepy is trying to find a little bit of an opening as they do land that and steal that point away from 4 Miracle Vibes.
Oh my goodness, this is not looking too good for the side of Falcons. First Top is the only player remaining here, trying to go up against the rest of 4 Miracle Vibes. And now Falcons has just been eliminated with 3 elimination points. I mean, you're right. TJB playing with just a player here. I do think it was Longs, right? But he's actually just keeping quiet, not moving at all, and he's just letting DRS and 4 Miracle Vibes battle it out, and then he's just gonna join into the mix, which is a smart gameplay.
Yeah, no, he's also isolating a target right now with Gante with 1 tick of HP left, but he's not too phased about that. He wants to ensure that his passage is going to be clear, holding to the right center. So let these boys party. I'm just going to hope for a potential top 2 finish. Whatever bonuses of points, that's going to be extra, but I guess that's too much for him to handle. Apex has got it all pretty much covered. And that is now 20 points in for the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. I mean, you could just say, screw the chicken dinner. That's a bonus right now because that's double chicken dinners in terms of elimination, but they will secure it nonetheless. This is what? 30 over points for 4 Miracle Vibes.
Insane gameplay. 4 Miracle Vibes coming up on top with 20 elimination points and of course another 10 points for the chicken dinner. So what, like a, oh man, 30 points in total for this round. Your winners, ladies and gents, 4 Miracle Vibes.
My. I believe in day one, they were just messing around. And when they show up with this absurd amount of numbers. You take a look at the stats by yourself, and you can definitely tell that Doc has done everything he can to be able to put ForMerical Vibes on the map. And of course, that is joined by Refuse with 6 elimination points from his side as well. Apex also matching the damage numbers coming in from the side of Doc. So every one out of ForMerical Vibes are here to party, and we just love to see it.
Yes, and I was actually I was talking to Baron, day number 1 of the grand finals, and he was actually telling me that, okay, we cannot really concentrate on the tournament because we are traveling. They just landed in Mongolia, I think, yesterday. But now, I do believe they are super focused. The fact that they were able to put up such a huge score onto the scoreboard right there, they are probably had skyrocketed, you know, from the bottom to up there at the top.
Maybe not the top just yet, but somewhere towards the middle. This is just absurd, right? Like, within one span of a game, you get 30 over points. That's almost unheard of in modern tournaments in most part, especially now you're fighting up against some of the best in the world. Well, you could also say ForMerical Vibes has been the best team for quite a long time, but you know, there are definitely a lot of names out there to challenge that. But when we take a look at the numbers, there's just no match for what ForMerical Vibes did here in Miramar.
3,641 damage output. Just imagine how many exchange they have gone through, how many clashes they have gone through this match, and actually winning each and every one of them. And of course, just to add, just to top it, that ForMerical Vibes did manage to get into the last few zones of the game with a complete squad, and you know how hard it is to actually get to the latter stages of the game with a complete set of players. So amazing gameplay, convincing win coming from ForMerical Vibes. And as for DRS, yeah, they were in the middle of the circle, but they kind of just really avoided all conflicts, to be honest. I mean, they just stayed inside the compound, and they just waited if any of the teams will try to snatch it out of their hands, but they've remained quiet, you know, for the latter stage of the game, and they were just forced by the circle to engage with ForMerical Vibes because it was only just down to 2 teams left.
Yeah, and you see all 4 of the members being the top performers of this matchup. No questions asked. That's 31 points with 21 eliminations in the bag. And on second place, it's HORAA, which is just barely even matching any form of the numbers churned out from the side of 4MV. So that's 10 points, and TJB has been able to win some of these battles over the northern part of the map with 9 points to book out. DRS with a clinical finish to move into the top 4 of the matchup. We'll see them getting 8 points apiece, and that collateral damage done by Falcon, despite them wanting to go toe-to-toe against ForMerical Vibes, is just seemingly that RMB, they're just ready for battle at every given moment. And I thought that, you know, if FaZe Clan were to survive maybe a little bit longer and not pick up that fight against BTR, it could have been a really good battle between 2 of the most feistiest of this entirety of the tournament. So this is what we are getting here. And of course, other than the 4 members of 4MV, we also have K1's Tenyu to be part of the top performers of that matchup.
Okay, so looking at the overall rankings, we did expect to see ForMerical Vibes to be part of the upper half section, but it looks like they still need to work a little more because I don't see their name just yet. It's still the same top 8 teams that we see on the screen. 102, DRX still at the top. They're the first team to actually cross the 100 mark. I mean, they didn't really have a good match number 8, but it didn't take a toll on them just yet. ForMerical Vibes climbing up 5 ranks with 43 points in total. We've got Falcons Force doing amazing as well, climb at 1 rank, and TJB with an amazing 18 points moved up 2 ranks as well. So it's Alter Ego Eras and D-Saver that kind of needs to pick up the pace.
Absolutely, and could you imagine this, Ray Queen, where if 4MV comes up with 2 matches of similar pattern as what they display here, they can't actually match the top of the table right now. That's absurd. That's 31 points in the match. Not an easy task against some of the top global teams out there, but they're one of the few teams out there with that sure confidence to really take on anybody, regardless of who their name is. So that definitely was a show-stopping performance coming in from the side of Ferb MV. So we'll catch a breather because we got loads to talk about before we move into our next map. What's up and welcome back once again to the Ruthless Invitational Tournament. My name's Contra, and of course, always looking ever stunning, it's Red Queen Andy. As we're getting ourselves ready for our third match of our finals here, we are seeing crazy games happening across the field, and that 31-point round from the side of MERICAL FAZE just stating that they are back here to even challenge for the title, and I'm absolutely hyped up for it.
Yes, there's obviously a change of pace from the side of MERICAL FAZE. They decided to show up for round number 2, and I do feel like this could be a start of something new for most of the teams down there at the second page. Again, these teams are fighting for $5,000 and of course there's also that individual prize, which is the $500 for the most valuable player of this tournament. But let's check out this schedule, ladies and gents. We're done with the 2 games. We've got TALON Esports scoring the first chicken dinner, and then followed by a huge win coming from MERICAL FAZE. Now, coming into match number 9, which is going to be in Miramar, I do wonder if MERICAL FAZE will continue on playing at that kind of pace, that kind of energy, and just win it all over again.
I feel like that could very well be the case, just seeing how they've been able to do so perfectly in terms of execution, in terms of rotation, and catching so many targets all over the map. Now, of course, DRX, as much as they have had impressive stats to actually begin our first round, they were the first to bow out in the hands of FaZe Clan, and after that, it was just the MERICAL FAZE show. Even TIANBA, BTR, sure, they have some skirmishes here and there throughout the course of that battle, but you just can't ignore the enigma, the way that they've been able to really turn up in terms of how they pick those fights. It's been absolutely astounding. So my prediction, I'm looking for a back-to-back win for MERICAL FAZE. So yep, lock that one in.
All right, okay, going for the safe bet right there. But yeah, I do feel like they're gonna carry over the same energy, you know, from the previous round back to this round in Miramar, and especially that we're playing, you know, the same map, which is this barren desert. But you chose MERICAL FAZE, okay, rightfully. Honestly, I could have chosen them if you didn't choose them. But
you can do the same, no wrong.
no, we're spicing things up, so I'd keep another team. I would go with DRX this time.
Wow. Okay. Now we definitely do have heavy hitters here inside of Miramar, and from production, there's BTR. Obviously, being impressed by that Zuxi play as well as Ritsuki, and rightfully so. If they had more numbers, I think BTR can actually stand toe-to-toe against even the very on MERICAL FAZE as well. If there was a special mention, I kind of want FaZe Clan to be up there as well, because yesterday they've managed to also pick up a win inside Miramar. That goes to show of their great understanding in playing in the fast field, especially when it comes down to mastering the terrains of how it goes inside of Miramar. So of course, sometimes it's going to be very challenging when it comes down to how they navigate their way around. So I don't think it's going to be a smooth process even for the performing teams from the past round.
There's no doubt about that, but I'm gonna put in, you know, like one of the best highlights from the previous round was the fact that BTR, despite having or being at the disadvantaged side, they were able to turn the tables, or like flip the script up against FaZe and won the fight. I guess that was perhaps a bad communication coming from the FaZe Clan, because they forgot to be aware of the fact that there's an open corner that could potentially shut them down from that angle, and that's exactly what happened. But it was a good gameplay, good communication from the side of BTR. So I guess if you're going to ask me, that would be one of my highlights, at least from that round. But let's talk more about teams that, I mean, like the Savior. They are currently at the bottom right now, and probably the fans are wondering, okay, what is happening with D-Savior? Why are we not seeing them really perform at their best? Do you think that maybe for this round, they will show up?
Probably so, because like for most part, they have definitely shown us a little bit of aggression, or maybe over-aggression towards a certain extent as well, that I don't feel like they are as coordinated as compared to all the other teams that were ready to actually turn the tides of the battle around. So perhaps they need to tone that a little bit down, just a little slight tinge, in order to reap a little bit more out of it, right? Because we know these guys can frag, but if you go in for an unfavorable exchange, you lose members in Miramar, you're not going to have a good run after all. We've seen it happen from time to time, especially when you're down to maybe 1-2 members. Sure, you can still pick up a few more elimination points, but you got to think about that end game. You got to think about, going for a very, very steady pace when it comes down to how this one plays out. And we got good news, ladies and gents. Our third match of day 2 is about to begin as we are moving into match number 9 of the grand finals here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown.
All right, here we go. But you know what? I also do wonder, because MERICAL Vibes had already stepped on the gas, and I do wonder, okay, this is very curious, if other teams would, since there's been a change of pace, I think they're going to step up as well. So it's going to be a crazy battle for our second Miramar this evening, and I'm just really cannot wait. I just really cannot wait for the match to start. So, ladies and gents, we're about to dive in back to the desert to check out which of these teams are going to be eaten alive. So, flight pad coming from Minas del Sur. So I do believe it's more onto the left side of the screen. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's at the bottom right side.
Yeah, it is pretty much skewered towards the southern playing field as well. So you expect maybe a little bit more population into areas like Chumacera or even Los Leones. It's still a little bit of stretch that these teams could actually look towards moving into places like St. Martin and potentially even Cristobal. So areas like El Pozo, a little bit off limits unless you get those early vehicles to move into those corners of the map. But I like what I'm seeing. That also tells us that we might actually see a little bit more of those early battles, whether it's a contest for those vehicles or maybe even hot drop into certain locations.
Yeah, but as you mentioned earlier, it's not really a great start if you'd be risking losing members of your team. So, I mean, we've experienced this during game number 1 a while ago. I mean, Erangel, there were a lot of teams that are pretty close with one another, but, the drop clashes is a little bit lessened. So, I do wonder if that's going to be the same case for Miramar, since this is already the second Miramar this evening. So, we kind of expect that, okay, for some teams that are not really winning those drop clashes, are they going to have some sort of alterations when it comes to their game plans? Are they going to be choosing to drop into the same areas? Or perhaps they could back away a little, because after all, you need to be flexible at how you approach every situation inside the game. I mean, there's a need to be versatile, right? In terms of engaging in any battles from the war zone.
Absolutely. That's the nature of battle royale genres, where you can't always be fixated into doing the same thing over and over again, expecting to have great results by doing so. And I'm keeping my eyes pretty much closely into the areas of Minas Generales, because around the Savior, there's DRS, there's also a few other noble names that's going to be surrounding that location. So that definitely will be a potential focal point for upcoming battles to come. Ooh. As HORAA is going to be around that location as well. TIANBA opens up a little bit of their account here with some quick taps, getting a knock, but not screening just yet. But this should be easy to do for the side of TIANBA.
I mean, they're not even giving an opportunity for PANDUM to go search for weapons to defend themselves. I mean, they're still up in the air. And of course, if you see an opportunity right in front of you, I think you would really grab it. After all, it's all about survival when you're playing Battle Royale. And I just can say that PANDUM, if they weren't able to actually get his fallen comrade inside a vehicle and just escape, oh, they're in big trouble, because TIANBA right now is, I believe, in the mood to hunt.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to do so, despite them not really being fully stocked up, right? That's how proactive TIANBA is. And the form of aggression that has been shown by TIANBA so far has been putting them up into the top 4 position so far. So they stick to whatever works for them, and with a stack 4 versus a barely looted side of what we just saw, Team Pandum, it's definitely looking to be very feasible. But they say, okay, maybe some time has passed. We'll just give them a little bit more of that space. But at least they now know there is a team around their vicinity. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they had a great start into the round, shutting down DRX, the top team of the tournament so far. But after that, it definitely backfired when they were challenging the side of BTR. If you guys just miss it, trust me, after day 2 ends, just look back at the VODs. That is a treat coming in from BTR.
But, you know, big question is, if FaZe, are they going to be engaging as early as now? I mean, we're talking about like just stage 1. Yes, they are pretty close with DRX, but YOODO Alliance is occupying Los Leones, which is near Picado area. For MERICAL 5 as well as K1 as well as TALON Esports, they will be coming from that direction as well. They'll be coming from the west side. Same thing goes for TJV. So in just a few minutes, perhaps it's going to be the wild west. But of course, there is that possibility that maybe, okay, we can avoid conflicts for now and live to fight another day. But speaking of Picado, okay, this is one place that HARAME Bros loves to drop in. But right now we are seeing a different tactic, a different strategy coming from HARAME Bros, because they have actually decided to drop around the area of the south of Junkyard. So it's a little bit far away from Picado. So this is a new strategy perhaps coming from Team Philippines, since they're not really having such a good time.
Yeah, perhaps that change also is somewhat favorable in this scenario where stage 1 is around that area of Junkyard in particular. But FaZe Clan, they have already quickly repositioned onto the outskirts, taking the warehouse, hoping to flush away whatever teams that will be driving by. That was DRX. Maybe it's just a little bit of wear and tear on those vehicles, but not too much has been found, as all players remain to be intact throughout the first minute of the game. DRX definitely hoping for a better run this time around, because they barely get to play the game early on, facing up against FaZe Clan very early, and they don't want the same episode to once again repeat itself. And back towards your topic about Picado as well, I guess it's also a wise move that HARAME Bros decide not to butt heads with the side of FaZe Clan, because we've seen what they could basically do. These two teams are absolutely aggressive, so I don't see a clear winner. And when you're playing in Miramar, you want that early spacing for yourself. Get those full stocks of equipment as well as utilities in order to play a more rewarding game. And when two teams share, I guess like maybe your looting phase won't be just as greatly equipped for those long hurdle of what Miramar has to offer.
Yeah, and it's really hard to start the game with a clash, honestly, because even if you win the fight, you would be risking losing members of your team. So that's not really, you know, like the ideal way to start a game. And you have to set objectives, I think, you know, playing in every match, because there's a need for you to be aggressive at some point, and there's also a need for you to be passive. So again, it all goes down at, you know, flexibility, I guess, in gauging what needs to be done in every situation. But speaking of situation, I do see a lot of callers now down there in the central part of the zone. So I believe no team would want to overextend their stay. So I cannot say the same for HORAA Esports, PANDUM, and TIANBA, because they love dropping outside, you know, and probably just loot in peace, you know, like pillage through towns without having to think about, okay, there might be a team to challenge us. So, but when playing Miramar, it's an absolute must that you need to find yourself vehicles, right? Because push comes to shove, you can actually use the vehicles to cover yourselves up if in case, you know, there's a team actually doing a massive spray up against you. But PANDUM, as I can see, at least one or like just two of the players has a vehicle, and it could be quite dangerous, right, for the side
Definitely.
of PANDUM to travel on foot getting inside the zone.
Yeah, speaking of which, PANDUM is still on the outskirts, moving in from the north. Falcons doing pretty much the same, but from a different corner of the map, as There's going to be some slight skirmishes from the side of Formerical Vibes, looking to actually challenge the likes of TJB. It looks to be, it definitely looks to be pretty tough at the moment, but they are definitely in the center of stage 2. And this is the reason why they really want this warehouse so badly that they're willing to fight for their lives in order to take full control. That's 2 knocks in the hands of Doc. And this is just for Miracle Vibes once again on their 5th gear. And Flower hoping to actually get one back at it. Perfect angle with the UMP. Flower takes one down. Doc now limping his way out of that. The rest of 4 Miracle Vibes will be joining in. But TJB, they only have 1 member from the outskirts, and Lung's hoping to make a trade, but there's nothing to be seen from the outskirts as the rest of 4MV closes in. Flower really has to pull every stop that he can to shut them out completely. Wow, he does.
Yeah, I mean, Flower is definitely feeding the information back to his teammate right there. I mean, where to throw the nade, man, where to throw the nade. And so far, they have been on point, and that actually paved the way for Longs to just kind of get into the fight right here and just continue to damage the heck out of 4 Miracle Vibes. But you know what? FaZe Clan decided to show up and probably would love to enjoy a third party to happen here.
And despite all these clashes happening indoors, 4 Miracle Vibes does manage to get 1 revive, but another one goes on the ground. Doc now limping away, needing yet another pickup. And that is just a revive in the nick of time, and Rifus is back down again. Flower is just doing so much damage. And how many more deflets does he have? He now puts in the Molotov, and 4 Miracle Vibes is down for a count. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to jinx things over here with my prediction, but they now will be halted after a wonderful round of 31 points, and now they walk away without much.
I mean, did you see how many times actually Doc was put on his knees there? I mean, it was a non-stop attack of nades, coming from Longs, but at the end of that clash, although 4 Miracle Vibes, did try their best to actually survive that situation, it's just that, TJB did an amazing job, holding down the fort. But then again, at what expense? I mean, they did lose, I believe, 2 members, so that is for me still a Pyrrhic victory. But let's see how long they can last. I mean, this is just stage 2, so there's plenty more of things that can happen. Coming off the kill feed, it's FaZe right now going up against a YOODO Alliance, and I do see one play coming from HARAME, bros, but this is an on-point attack coming from Vintoris, hence getting himself or bagging 3 kills in the process. But then again, they lost 2 members, so not sure what happened right there. I do believe they overextended their stay out there in the open area.
Yeah, they were playing in the center of the field as well, and they were hoping to butt into that battle between TJB as well as 4 Miracle Vibes, and maybe just were too focused onto that exchange to the point that they themselves have been slowly weirded down by all the teams from the outskirts. But nothing too substantial for the side of FaZe Clan. They have already looted up Picado, meaning to say that North Point is clear until the rest of the teams like DRS arrive to the party later on. Now, back towards the side of TJB, Flower, he's been doing an impeccable job, right? Just defending from the indoors, holding down that small little angle, picking up a bunch of utilities to ensure that they stay surviving. That's 4 hefty points, but playing alone this time is going to be a very different set of challenge for the PEL side. Now, here comes the side of DRS, dropping those nades against Team Pandum. There's so little spacing in between. Joe Brenke hoping to get that revival down, but he will be burned down as Yanti. He didn't really have to do much. It's that flame on the ground. Seemed like he didn't really see it. He just walked past, and these are just 3 points.
I pretty much roasted him, right? But here comes Alter Ego Airs versus DRS. Alva is bleeding. Rosemary is the only surviving member. Who is it? Hanmary. Okay, what is happening again, guys? So this is for you, ladies and gents. And now there's a big chip on his shoulder. Let's start to save his team because DRS, we've got Giante holding off a very good angle. Just look at what is happening. I do believe TIANBA would love to assume a lot of points here because they are going in for the pinch. Gante might be busy because TIANBA, one of their players, is right behind him.
And that's a really white split coming from inside of TIANBA. Very interesting move. Hans does find a pick up here, or should I say knockdown. There's two members inside of DRS hoping to chip him away. There's still some focus fire coming from the lower end of the hill, so it's not exactly clear for the side of DRS. Hans Mary dropping those nades in. This will be DRS slowly being depleted, but the knocks do go through Sleepy, trying to hold his own for now before going for a revive for Killer, and that is going to be Alter Ego Ares getting wiped out very early on in Miramar, and it hasn't been a good day so far for the side of the Indonesians. Alter Ego Ares only gets 1 point out of that, but now it's time for TIANBA to rock it out.
Yeah, Sleepy is pretty high here. I mean, he must have like how many shots of coffee there. But here we go, ladies and gents. 13 teams remaining. We've got Long on your screen, cooking up a nade, getting ready to throw up against TJB. Unfortunately, oh man, he needs to get inside the zone. He needs to get inside the zone and needs to find a safe place to recuperate in this situation. But okay, let's see if he can actually survive this one. I think he can, but he is not out of the woods just yet. Or in this case, he's not out of the desert just yet because TJB might decide to come after him.
Yeah, that was a really close call, and he was pretty much on the ball as well. The moment that Nate dropped in, he's like, okay, the zone's here as well. I got to ditch my vehicle out there. I might go ahead and retrieve it, but DRS, they've been playing this long scuffle against the side of TIANBA for the longest of time, and that was a perfect shot coming from Gante. He has done so much in this early game to put DRS up ahead. Now you see 6 points in for side DRS, but they are far from where they need to be. Both TIANBA as well as DRS currently struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah, they need to put down DRS in this situation because they cannot really travel to get inside the system without having to eliminate DRS. They will have to worry, you know, what's coming from behind them. So this is really a must. But we can see now that QZZ right here coming after Killer YT. And this is something that you don't want to be in, you know, just really camping out inside a small shack. But good thing, good attack coming from Gante. I mean, he was able to shut down that threat because he's definitely coming after Killer YT.
Mr. Reliable, even despite tanking out the blue, he's still putting up all these damage numbers out there. And I think even right now, whether they get a chicken dinner or not, 7 points is not an easy feat to actually achieve here in stage 4, and they are doing it very, very smoothly. Though, of course, this is a very, very tough area to work with. They're still on the blue, just having no option but to soak some of that damage at the moment. As for our teams like HORAA Esports, they do have the leverage of not really soaking in some of all these damage by the edges. They do have some corners to cover over onto the northwestern plains instead. So they don't really have to do anything drastic just yet. Just take that high ground, scout all around, and if anything moves, just shoot at it. Simple as that.
It's going to be a tough way into the circle, not going to lie. I mean, TIANBA needs to deal with DRX, and we still got Killer YT DRS outside of the zone here. So it's really you know, quite difficult for TIANBA to get inside because DRX, as you all know, are the kings at the moment. And just as we talking about, and TIANBA now got eliminated with 2 elimination points, which brings us down to just 11 for stage number 4 here in Miramar. And just look at that, Saisei bagged 4 kills right now, and if they continue, of course, to occupy this space right here, Harame Bros might consider to get inside that compound, but you know it's not going to be easy.
It definitely looks very tough. TIANBA had no other option but to give themselves away to the play zone, and the going will continue to be tougher and tougher as it goes, as DRS, they took their last stand. They did exactly the same as TIANBA as well. So at least these points are kind of being denied than to give it to some of the teams that are on the block as well. DRX not really having it easy too, coming in from the North Point where Harame Bros are sending range to keep an eye out. So this could be a really good opportunity for the Filipinos to pick up some massive amount of points. Now, in the direct center, we're taking a look at FaZe Clan, YOODO Lions, as well as that Lone Ranger of TJB to still be within the safe distance of where they're needing to cover, Flower is still in the same compound. He has not really moved too far off.
Oh man. Okay, but okay, so this is the situation. Harame Bros needs to hike up a little just to do an effective, gatekeeping situation up against Bigetron Red Aliens, because you've seen how this boys turn the tides or flip the script up against FaZe, so you don't want that exact same thing to happen to you. But it looks like Bigetron Red Aliens coming from the east side. Okay, they just kind of like went down, choose another entry point, and they might clash with YOODO Alliance this time. Now, 3 elimination points, 2 casualties. Shoyu doing an amazing job, of course, of defending this compound. Oh my goodness.
And the new addition to YOODO Alliance have been able to put some stops here, and they absolutely shut off the entirety of BTR. It's the Shoyo Showdown, and he just A's one of the best teams of Indonesia.
Oh my, Shoyu just said, all right, I'm gonna show you.
Show you what he's made of.
Yes, sir. What an exchange. I mean, it's a 4v1. He eliminated all of BTR, which is, of course, an outstanding gameplay, outstanding execution coming from this player. Woo, we want some more of that.
We will get the replay for sure. So keep an eye out, ladies and gents, but we still got more fights coming our way. This is HORAA versus DRX. Nades are now dropping in. It's definitely going to be a tough angle for DRX to work with. A little bit of a high ground advantage for the side of HORAA. And they also have Mr. Boro to take charge up front.
All right, here we go. We got Malik cooking up a nade. We got Mr. Boro on prone, but he does hear all of those footsteps headed towards his direction. And if it was me, I would be all panicky. But of course, it's a different story coming from Mr. Boro. He now picks up his UMP. We can hear a lot of trades, a lot of gunshots, and Saw is now on the ground.
Make it rain.
Of Sky.
And look at the skies. With all the hail of nades dropping in as well, it's going to be tough for the side of DRX to look for that reset. Mr. Boro also soaking a little bit of that chip damage coming from a stray nade that drops his way. QXZ, on the other hand, pushes through, does find Mr. Boro, but he exposes himself. Now he does find a little bit of leeway to make his way across. 1 HP left, but how much more can he actually do? DRX rely on him to make some miracles happen. And now within that exchange, they need to actually spot him out. The rest of HORAA, they're slowly starting to give way, but those nades are looking good. Drops into the side of Hyunjin. And just by the corner tree, he's still alive. How is he doing it at all? Here comes Sky. Then that double barrel shot will find its way.
I mean, double DBS, man. Can you imagine? I mean, it can instantly put up any player down to his knees. And it's so amazing. I mean, you're right. Definitely agree with you. I mean, how QXZZZ remained to be elusive after, having gone through 3 players of HORAA Esports. At the end, he still tried his best to make it happen for the team. Unfortunately, it's just too much firepower coming from HORAA Esports. Stage 5, and we're looking at 7 teams remaining. YOODO Alliance, while it was an impressive, incredible performance coming from Shoyo. So let's see if it can pull off something like that, to last up until the final stages of the game. Now they're dealing with FALCONS Force. We've got East and Action just making it rain up against YOODO Alliance. But then again, YOODO remains to be calm in this situation, considering the fact that, okay, we have a compound to work with. We've got this walls protecting us. And besides, FALCONS Force, as we can see, is on a 2-2 split. So great offense, I can say.
Yeah, absolutely so. And at the very same time, this is definitely an awkward scenario when it comes down to how teams are playing the terrain, because the rec center is just flat grounds to work with, so nobody wants to be in the middle of the field at the moment. Else they will have to just deplete their own resources just to set up some trail of smokes, which is not only going to last a couple of seconds. Somehow, YOODO Alliance is doing a good job just to hold still at the moment, where shots are being fired towards the side of FALCONS. East and the rest of the squad are finding it a little bit tough to actually crack open this case against Adik Luke and also Shoyo. We've seen this before coming from the side of BTR, but I could say the side of FALCONS are doing it much better, dropping that perfect nade over on the side of Adik Luke. So it's only down to Shoyo. And what's he gonna do this time around? He sets up that trail of smoke, but it doesn't matter if it's smoke because they have already managed to trail it. But the moment they step out of line, it's Federales that punishes Icy for it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there is really a need for Falcons Force to occupy this compound, considering the fact that where they will be coming from is a little bit exposed to FaZe scan. That is why they have been taking in some damage, and that is why Icy just lost his life there. HARAME Bros getting into the mix, trying to get lucky with the shots. They do have 2 elimination points under their name, but with 1 casualty as well. There you go, action, taking action in this situation, was able to put a kill under his name. 6 elimination points now for the side of Falcons Force, and now he is looting that box right there, replenishing his stocks inside his backpack, while FaZe now getting some business done with HARAME Bros from up top.
I'm just pretty impressed by the side of FaZe Clan. They lost those 2 members so early on, and they have been playing within the center field for the longest of time. This time, just working out with barely any covers at all. So once that circle shifts, FaZe Clan will be put into a tough predicament. But looking at this current situation, I would say HARAME Bros as well as K1, whoever gets that advantage of the upcoming circle, would be having a field day out, because K1's position looks to be one of the toughest to contest with, but there is HORAA Esports pushing them from right behind. As they take over that corner of the warehouse, this is where things are going to get a lot more interesting. And how much does HARAME Bros want out of this fight?
Oh man, it's gonna be hard, not gonna lie here. HORAA Esports is one of the formidable teams that we have inside the lobby. K1 is trying to flush them out. I mean, this battle, since both of them has a compound to work with, it all boils down on how many nades, how many throwables they have inside the backpacks to flush their to flush the opposition, because that would pave the way, of course, to get that opening shot that they're looking for. But then again, looking at the map, they are outside of the zone, so a lot of pressure coming from the side of HORAA Esports, even if they have a compound. And HARAME Bros, all the more pressure because K1, I mean, anywhere they go, honestly, is exposed to K1 at this point, and even to Falcons Force.
But at the very moment, K1, they're definitely very focused onto the side of HORAA, because they are looking to move out with this field of smokes that they've set up, and now they start to pull in whatever grenades that they have, not really finding anything at the moment. Boy, how many smoke grenades have I counted? But that's more than 10 just by these niches for them to just make their way across. Now the setups are perfectly sublime, but the pushes are set in a very slow pace. HARAME Bros, they're looking to flush in as well. This is that perfect time for them to do so. They're leaving Jappy all the way at the back just to ensure that they can still deal some damage towards the side of HORAA. But HARAME Bros, they're taking the foothill, and somehow K1, they're not really making a move just yet. They're being very disciplined. They just really want to slowly play this one out, because now we see HARAME Bros going up against them. 1 member down to the side of K1, and that is going to be No Fear that finds it. But the exchange, we'll see Yappy picking one more up for the side of K1, and now they're only down to 2 members left.
I mean, this particular location right here is a prime area, considering the fact that it has an elevation, it has a compound. So I mean, everything that you need to survive the game is actually right here. But oh no, the zone moved out, and we can see that K1 Esports now is doing a heck of a job, you know, defending this particular area right here. Alright, Esports is already out of the game. Now they're dealing with HARAME Bros. It's a 1v1, I believe. Chan Yu now with a UFB just went upstairs and got the job done. So again, K1 down to their last surviving member, still trying to make it happen for the team.
They were so patient with that play. K1, they soaked all the damage, they tanked through it all, they lost 2 members, and then now only down to 1. And still managing to win that trade is still very impressive coming from the side of Tianyu, but there's still 2 more members from the side of HARAME Bros that have position to get that leverage of the upcoming zone instead. Falcons, they force their hand, they move a little bit deeper into the playing field. FaZe Clan, untouched, unfazed at all. No pun intended, but it's not exactly the best position to be at. So each respective team taking corners, and Tianyu doesn't seem to have any space to play with at all. So he will bow out to the play zone.
All right. Honestly, there's quite a good chance that Harame Bros can score the winner in a chicken dinner. I mean, just looking at the situation, obviously Falcon Force, they have the number advantage, right? But they're currently dealing with FaZe Clan, you know, from the side, coming from the south. And if Harame Bros could just get lucky with the shots and, you know, just take this massive opportunity right here to do an open fire up against both of the teams here, because everybody that they need to eliminate is right up in front of them, and both of the teams are busy trying to eliminate each other.
True enough, they're just relying on whatever dip of the terrain has to offer it, but there are still a little bit more smokes to be provided from the back end action, trying to keep them pretty much covered with whatever defensive setup that they have going up against the side of FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan, they're slowly getting pinched by the blue zone as well. They need to move a little bit deeper in, but the more time that they take, Falcons slowly seizing the middle of the field. Ventorius finds one, and they knock out Federalis when you need him the most. One member left for the side of Harame Bros, and he could just stand there and watch. So range, he needs to pick his fight at the right time. Meanwhile, Ventorius, so far, impeccable measures that have been seeing FaZe Clan move into this top tree all by his own efforts with those 4 pointers out there. FaZe Clan gets absolutely shut off by Falcons Force.
There we go. I mean, that fight really is, or like was sizzling from the get-go. It was a great exchange coming from FaZe, coming from Falcons, coming from Harame Bros. But at the end of the clash, it was Falcon Force who dominated the fight, hence getting the victory. You know what? It's been a while as well for Falcons Force to kind of dominate the hobby. You know, they have been sleeping for quite some time. So welcome back, Falcons Force. During the playoffs, they did score a back-to-back winner chicken dinner. So again, Falcons Force showing up for day 2 of the grand finals is a chef's kiss.
Wow, and it can be no other than Ease that has been putting a lot of all these massive force against everybody in the entire lobby. What I really do love about Falcons Force in this measure of the match is that they were very clinical, very decisive into how they take certain compounds, especially on how they dealt with the situation against YOODO Alliance to open up a little bit more of that spacing to eventually play against FaZe Clan as well as whoever's from the top, whether it's K1 or even the likes of Harame Bros. They ensure that they single out the closest target possible in order to just open up more space for themselves, and it was just done into perfection.
The roster that Falcons Force has is pretty monstrous. You know, I would like to put it out there. I mean, we're talking about East, we're talking about Top Action, and of course IC. I do remember, if I'm not mistaken, IC just came from Boom Esports, right? And I've seen him play. He was pretty aggressive. He's very on point and very precise, you know, in everything that he does inside the battlefield. And before, without East, Falcons Force, I've noticed the way that they play was more on the mid to long range game. You know, they knock up sound players, they do the third party thing, but right now they're super aggressive. You know, they're pretty, I mean, they're reeking of confidence when they engage in the fight. So it's I guess more wit, more skills, more gunfights coming from the side of Falcons Force, and that makes them, I guess, you know, the biggest monsters, not just in this competition, but I guess in the global stage.
Overall, Shoyo has managed to clinch the MVP title, and it's due to his heroics on that 1 versus 4 play against the likes of BIGETRON, Red Alien. So you guys will be able to see that in the highlights in just a moment, and I just love that he's still shrouded with mystery. We've never really seen Shoyo taking part in international tournaments before, and this is definitely one for the books for this mysterious player that has just recently joined YOODO Alliance.
Yeah, that was a great exchange. Honestly, coming from Shoyo, I mean, I can only imagine how high the adrenaline was, from that exchange. I mean, to eliminate all of players of BIGETRON Red Aliens, I mean, one of the heavy hitters inside this lobby is outstanding. It's incredible. Falcons Force again topping the chart inside match number 9 here in Miramar, 19 points in total, followed by HARAME Bros, the sole representative of the Philippines, ending the game with 10 amazing points. As for the teams that didn't do particularly well, that would be D Savior, TALON Esports, and PANDUM. And again, with this bad game coming from the side of D Savior, that still puts them at the bottom of the overall rankings.
Yeah, and what's really interesting out of this scenario is that we saw DRS as well as TIANBA members to be in the same kind of playing field where they're playing on the blue zones, taking each other out, but it was DRS that has managed to clinch 7 points out of this one, but TIANBA only has 2 at the moment in this particular match 9. But when we take a look into how all the players have fared so far, we see great representation coming out of so many names out there. It wasn't just Shoyo that has some crazy moves. We saw Flowers on that shutdown when it comes down to how they battled it all out in the early game, just completely denying any members of what I can't remember who they were fighting up against, but it was just astounding.
And also, I mean, the gameplay that K1 showed just a while ago dealing with HORAA Esports and at the same time HARAME Bros. I mean, the way that they defended that compound is also a convincing win coming from K1. Now, let's check out the overall rankings. DRX still is the only team with a triple-digit score, 110 in total. We've got BIGETRON Red Aliens. But as for the teams from the first page that kind of improved, from match number 9, that would be, I believe, HARAME and HORAA Esports.
Yeah, and on the second page here, we have definitely seen the rise coming out of DRS Gaming. Of course, all due to the heroics of Gante on all this massive plays by the edge of the zone. But there's still a lot to be done here for them to make their mark into the first page of the top 8. YOODO Alliance, despite having that crazy move, they are now sliding down 1 position with that 53 points being acquired in this matchup. But for MERICAL Vibes, they're still trying to get back into the groove after that massive win that they had in the previous Miramar. Now I remember the entire play. It was Flower versus the entirety of 4 MERICAL Vibes, which is why we didn't really get to see too much out of the side of 4MV. But what a show it was, as we have definitely seen a new victor in Miramar, and that is the side of Falcons Force.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a great show. This is what we came for, a lot of action, right? This is where you get your dose of PUBG Mobile action. So ladies and gents, all that and more, don't go away. We'll be right back after a short break. through of day number 2 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 6, and the energy is still up there, ladies and gents. My name is Red Queen, together with Contra, and of course, we are still your casters, serving you the juiciest and spiciest chicken dinners you could ever think of.
Yeah, and not only chicken dinners we have on the platter as well, we saw some of the craziest individual plays. Last round, it wasn't just Flower taking on the entirety of MERICAL vibes. We had Shoyu coming in from YOODO Alliance that shut off BTR completely. That was something that we did not expect at all, but this is top tier PUBG mobile esports that you're watching here. Of course, all thanks to the people at Ruthless to bring the best on the block to this invitational showdown. And we're just getting started into a lot more, because now that we're somewhere in the midst of the second half of day 2, we're going back into Erangel back-to-back for 2 rounds in a row. And then we end the night in Miramar. It may be daytime from where you guys are watching from, but of course, if you guys are watching through the wee hours of night, you know, we absolutely appreciate your effort out there. Make sure you hit that subscribe or like wherever you guys are watching from. So first, tell us what your prediction is, because we've got some amazing action, especially from Erangel so far. I think BTR has been the absolute kings in the field.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there is also a reason why this is a highly anticipated off-season tournament, I guess, inside the community, because we've got you know, like the best production so far in talking about Astro. A big shout out to our production. Yeah, but I love coming back here. You know, Sir Cloud and I really enjoys, you know, casting for Ruthless, because their community is really very engaging, very supportive. Honestly, yesterday, Contra, if you haven't asked, I just reached a milestone because I have been grinding hard to really go for the numbers when it comes to my Instagram, and I hit 1,000 followers yesterday because of our amazing audience that we have from the community. So again, thank you guys for supporting Red Queen.
Thank you so much for supporting everyone who's working hard here at Ruthless as well. And now it's prediction time once again, Red Queen. Of course, we got our production that's been absolutely rocking it with those 3 correct predictions. This time they're going in for TIANBA, so maybe that's number 4 for them. We'll see. But I'm thinking that FaZe Clan has definitely shown up multiple times, and in that previous round of Miramar, they've been getting into a top 3 position. So I'm going for FaZe Clan here to take a win in Erangel.
Okay, honestly, it's really beginning to hurt. You know, like my head is thinking, okay, out of the 16 teams, which do I think is going to be dominating? And yes, please do join us in this fun game. Yeah, okay. I think for this round, I'm gonna pick YOODO Alliance.
YOODO Alliance. Okay, let's lock that answer in as well. Now, it's really interesting as well, you know, like, as much as they haven't really gotten into the groove of really taking some big round wins here on day 2, but YOODO Alliance somehow shows a lot of promising signs when it comes down to the battles that they take, and also the positioning that they've had throughout the course of that early to mid game. But what exactly is something that they need to do in order to move deeper into that late game closure that they are seeking for?
Honestly, I was just so impressed the way that Shoyu eliminated, you know, all of BTR. That is why I'm picking up YOODO Alliance. But they do perform really great in Miramar. I think that is their strong map. But just because I would like to pay tribute to Shoyu's performance, I'm gonna lock in YOODO Alliance. But okay, again, we do have some expectations coming from the teams, right? And if we're going to be talking about those teams that are still part of the second page, I'm still looking out, you know, at a very good performance from the Savior, Alter Ego, Ares. We also got TJB. I mean, TJB, during the last invitational showdown, they were one of the teams that actually dominated you know, mostly all of the matches. So I'm looking out if they also can play at that kind of pace once again, and maybe just, you know, like bring in the kind of power that we do expect them to always show whenever they play inside a tournament.
Yeah, and I think we get a little bit of taste of that back in Miramar when they managed to team wipe the entirety of For MERICAL Vibe. So they're beginning to find that groove once again. But now we have a change of pace and a change of map as we dive right into Erangel yet again. So this is going to be the second time that we move into the map here in day 2 of the grand finals. And this time around, this flunt is taking off from the top end of the field. Oh, well, actually, I got it completely wrong. It's by the far west. Because I saw a little bit of pre-moss. I'm like, okay, this is going to be a different angle. But I love the trajectory of this. We're moving from west all the way to the east. Basically, free access into the islands if teams need to move directly inbound as well. I don't think this is too difficult for them to drop into their respective location. Expect not to see too many of that early fights out there other than contesting for vehicles. Other than that, it should be smooth sailing for a majority of the 16 participating teams that we have on board.
Honestly, we always just wish for a military-based finish because the harder it is for the players, all the more fun, for us casters and of course the spectators, because the teams here will be forced to kind of show us what really they can do inside the battlefield. The skills will definitely go up. The bloodbath will definitely happen. So we always want the circle to be really, really brutal. But speaking of the military base, right? We've got a 4MB headed towards that direction, and I don't see any teams, brave enough to actually contest that very same area up against 4 MERICAL Vibes. But HARAME Bros has taken control of Ferry Pier. I mean, this is their drop spot when it comes to Erangel. And of course, Pubg. When we say Pubg, it's going to be Lamborghini's crew that will patrol around that area. But you can already see the initial circle that we have on your screen, and we've got it had favored the west side of Erangel, so there's plenty of things that can go around onto the east side. So perhaps we will see a lot of sweep or massive cleanup happen from that side of the map.
Yeah, and we're already getting first blood coming in from Milta as TIANBA has managed to bring one member down from the side of DRS. It seemed like these two teams, they are not hoping to give up their prime drop spot, and they are just fighting it tooth and nail every single time they move into Erangel. I believe that at one point in time, maybe in day 3, maybe not today, that they will switch their plans around, because it's actually giving no favor to either one of these parties, TIANBA and DRX. Or should I say DRS Gaming, of course, home favorites of the Nepalis, have been having some signs of struggle because of a tough start that they have to deal with against the side of TIANBA. Now, 3 members versus 4. We've seen this episode running before, and TIANBA, they're changing things around. This time, they are taking a better control over onto the center of the city, whereas DRS is just taking the south side. So even despite that exchange, it didn't really seem like TIANBA's all too worried about, okay, how exactly are they going to maneuver around this? But this time, if the cards are played right, DRS could still halt the side of TIANBA.
Yes, and they always face off, in this particular spot right here, and they did lose the game to TIANBA just a while ago, in a Erangel match once again. So there could be some, like a change in the pace from the side of DRS Gaming. But as for XMPL, I'm not sure exactly what is happening here. I mean, he does have a weapon, but it looks like he is probably headed somewhere, not joining his team. So I guess maybe he said, okay, you guys can take care of business there up against TIANBA, but let's see what's going to happen, what the outcome will be coming from this face.
Yeah. And what was really interesting, other than what happens here in Erangel with this lockdown situation inside of Milta, last round inside of Miramar, it was pretty much the same. It feels like they're inseparable, the only difference is that in Miramar, it was a big win for the side of DRS. So, wow. What an angle. What a clean shot, but that's even better coming from Sleepy. That's one tap to the head, and he's out. Sleepy, you are just a beast. Now, things definitely got heated up at that point in time. I believe that there should be revivals setting true, but TIANBA, they can't exactly get that free access. They are sending one member to help him out from the back of the city. But Gante, he's definitely favoring this position very much because he knows that Jijibon's on the other corner. He's been keeping an eye out for the longest time. So it's full intel for the side of DRS Gaming.
Mm-hmm. I think that was a necessary knockdown, coming from Killer Whitey. I mean, he did expose himself, perhaps because they're trying to get information as to where the exact location of their opponents, and that actually paved the way, for Sleepy to counter back, up against TIANBA, which is, I believe, a perfect execution. Now, both of the teams, as we can see, is trying to do a reset since both of the teams suffered, quite a damage. But are they gonna continue on with the fight? I believe so, but not sure. Okay, because as we can see, TIANBA is boarding their vehicle, so I believe in this scenario they're gonna go for the flight.
Yeah, they're just going for the exit plans as well. Same goes to the side of DRS, since that the blue zone is already setting in. But TIANBA still has QZZ being spotted out by Gante, so he's not really on wheels. If there's going to be a pickup, they know that it's going to be arriving upon that corner. And the longer it takes, K1's going to join in the party as well. So K1, they're also moving in from mill to power, not too far off if you can take a look at the minimap at the moment. So I'm not sure if it's a wise idea for these three teams to clash so early on because resources aside, it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight before you get into Phase 2, where we are seeing multiple teams already inbound. Teams like DRX, they definitely feel very happy about this Gatka sector, which they've taken full control of from the get-go. Long's going to be bowing out to the play zone instead. Tianyu now counting out the full squad of TIANBA, and it just gets worse and worse for the PEL side with nades flying in.
Would it be a different story if TIANBA just actually took up that fight against DRS? Because the moment that they actually left the scene and they went up against K1, and it was a disaster. It was catastrophic from that point in the match, and now they're getting sandwiched by DRS, and K1 is really not looking too good, for DRS at this point. K1 now have an exchange with DRS because XMPL is already on the ground, so we have our three-way battle.
Yeah, and it seems like there's no clear victor overall. T-Ting down with 1 HP left. He has to actually pop that first aid kit. I don't think there's time for it at all. It will be slowly depleting with the play zone in effect. So DRS, you see Example now limping away. Gante somewhat still very healthy from afar, but it's K1 that they really have to mess with. So it's all about depleting whatever resources out of each other, and I don't think anybody wins in this exchange, honestly.
Yeah.
So moving forward into the next round of Erangel, they got to avoid these kind of early fights because right now DRS will not gain too much. They only got the 1 point from this massive battle that they had with K1 as well as TIANBA. But what else can TIANBA do right now? Just by hiding by that corner vehicle. He's still in the vehicle though. And eventually that will be shut off completely as we move into the other zones. Late move coming from the side of HORAA Esports, joining into the north side of Georgia Pool. Then we'll have to cross the bridge, and that is where Falcons going to be waiting in the wings. Whereas anybody's around Gatka, they're just going to be chilling their way out of this one. FormV have just arrived at the scene from the south side, and we are seeing that battle concluding. K1 wins the trade with 5 points in the bag.
Oh, I thought they could save Ting, but unfortunately, okay. So, but it's 3 is still it's still pretty doable in competitions such as this one. But yes, if you can keep all of your players, then that could be great, right? So Falcons going up against 4 MERICAL vibes at the moment. 2 elimination points for the side of HORAA Esports, and again we have another 3-way battle happening. The stage 2 of Erangel. Okay. And this fight is happening around the southeast area, just south of Pachinki, to be honest. And YOODO Alliance might join into the fun too.
That's right. Just taking control of what they call the potato hill, right? And this long-range exchange doesn't really see any clear victor as well. YOODO Alliance kind of stuck in the middle of the open. That is just going to be a free spray for Action to just claim those points for himself, but shots are also being fired from another off angle. It's Olio that gives a little bit more cover to his teammates. Great work to be done by the Malaysian side as YOODO Alliance is propelling forward. They might need to leave Shoyo B. Perhaps there's still a little bit of time for him to get a quick revive off if they still have a couple of smokes left in their backs. As Falcon Force, they know that this isn't exactly the best of position. They are tanking a little bit of that blue zone damage at the moment. Apex finds Shoyo instead, so there's just 3 more members left for the side of YOODO Alliance.
Okay, but Top and Baron might be, yeah, they're already too late to save their teammate right there. Oh, that was Falcons Force. Okay, Falcons Force, 2 casualties now. It was a great thing for YOODO Alliance, the way that they clapped back up against Falcons Force. I think it was very effective. Olio from that kind of range, shutting down Action was, you know, it was a great thing, you know, phenomenal performance as always coming from Olio. Yesterday we called it as Olio Esports because he had been getting all of those clutches that the team needs to survive, and it was just really an outstanding gameplay. Now we are stage 2, guys, but we're looking at 14 teams remaining. We've got D Savior now with 1 elimination point. I mean, they're challenging up for Miracle Vibes with that kind of spray coming from Paragene, but I don't think, you know, the rest of for Miracle Vibes will pick up on that fight. They opted to get inside the zone and probably do a massive gatekeeping here, or they could challenge up the boys from D Savior and HARAME Bros, since they are all within proximity, but they have to be aware of the teams coming from behind, like YOODO Alliance and also Falcons Force. And just look at that, the circle, it had gone a little bit south side, but then again, the fights that we mentioned, those potential clashes that we mentioned a while ago, might still happen.
Yeah, and it's a huge crowd coming in from the northern playing field as well. TJB as well as Pandum will have to basically clump up against teams like Alter Ego Ares, FaZe Clan, as well as DRX. DRX, they separate themselves into a 2-2 split, and they are suffering some casualties out there because of that split force that they had. So FaZe Clan, they take advantage, and it's going to be Vintorus that picks that 1 point up. Other than that, it's a clear feel for them to just seize at the moment. For Miracle Vibes, they definitely played it really smart, right? They were locked in that 3-way battle, and after that, they decide, let's move in a little bit early, and now they basically have good control of the upcoming phase of the circle. They just got to be really careful about Falcons, who have just arrived slightly south of them as well as having HARAME Bros that have been in Gatka for the longest of time. Now, moving over to the side of BTR, not much that have been seen coming from the squad here inside of Erangel just yet, but we eventually will see perhaps certain teams to be fighting in position because BTR is hoping to actually do some gatekeeping from the western side instead. HARAME Bros just being a little bit more proactive, making sure that no team charges into their territory.
Honestly, this is quite a huge challenge for the side of HARAME Bros. I mean, we are just at stage 3 Contra, and they're already at, you know, in the middle of the zone. So that means that, you know, there will be a lot of teams that will choose to head towards that same direction, you know, just to find refuge, because there will be plenty of teams more that will be coming from the edges of the circle. I mean, we've seen HORAA Esports, you know, migrating from north, going to the west side entry. We're in, potentially they could clash with BIGETRON Red Aliens. TGB is also within the same location as well as DRX, so perhaps again this could turn into a bloodbath.
Very well could be, especially now with Lapar putting a prime grenade into the sights of HORAA, but that's going to be perfectly connecting. In exchange, they do drop one, but not really finding it just yet. No Fear has to dance it all off. Oh, wow. Look at the movement. No Fear survives, but over on the exchange, it seems to be Hans that is soaking the brunt of the damage at the very least, but Lapar's not too far off, so he's going to be able to go in for a quick pickup. BTR, they will definitely give a little bit more of that spacing to over onto the side of HORAA Esports. HORAA now also has to deal with TJB. Oh boy, the western side is absolutely clumped up, but we love to see some battles going on because it's been a little quiet over onto the fields of Gatka. not much have been seen coming out of FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, as well as DX. They take their own farmland, respectively, just saying, okay, this is my crop, don't touch it. Eventually, you can have some paddy fields if you want. But over the side of HORAA, now they clump up over on the edges here, just making sure that they have full health before they continue on into the next area of play.
And here we go. I mean, the zone continues to favor HARAME Bros, but as we mentioned just a while ago, you know, since they are already in the middle, a lot of teams will definitely try to snatch this compound out of HARAME Bros' hands. We've got our first challenger, which is the boys from Korea, DRX. And now they're trying to flush them out. Range trying to clap back with his own nade. QX Z just caught a nade coming from Jappy. And that was a good execution, I can say, coming from HARAME. Unfortunately, Amos just got shut down, and now back to the lobby. Hyunbin, second DRX to actually catch a nade to the face, and there you go, successfully defending the compound. We've got HARAME Bros, ladies and gents, managing to put up 3 amazing elimination points.
And that was without any form of sweat at all coming from HARAME Bros. That was clean nades, prime into the perfect angles. DRX stood no chance at all, just hugging by the corners of the wall. And now here comes MERICAL Vibes in the middle of this very crowded area, trying to challenge the rest of HARAME Bros. One falls out, and more to go. Range soaking some damage, and I'm not too sure how much can he actually do against the rest of TIANBA that have arrived at the scene as well. But they just gotta ensure that they just turtle in, defend that compound as much as they can. And here goes Apex on the ground already as the challenge goes through. Falcon Force, after winning a convincing battle, this is where it's more envy that will basically go in. An eye for an eye, and Falcon's Force is the next one to bow out. Well positioned with only 1 point.
We already have like 5 teams in this very location right here for MERICAL Vibes. Oh man, trying to have an exchange with YOODO Lines. YOODO Lines winning that 5-4 elimination points. Jimmy has a chance to get picked up here. And YOODO Alliance just did an amazing performance right there. Now TJB going up against Alter Ego Errors, and of course HORAA Esports. This is a 3-way battle. Rosemary on the ground, bleeding as well. No Fear just took a nade right there, and just of course threw it to the opponent. But Malik, okay, domination coming from HORAA Esports.
It's just crazy to see the amount of close proximity battles, and that was one beautiful nade that secures it for the side of HORAA Esports. They came late into the scene, but they backed 6 total points, flushing both teams out. That has been locking horns for the longest of time. FaZe Clan, you know, I should keep myself away from those predictions because nothing seems to be going in my way. But FaZe Clan, they definitely had a good feast of points going their way. That's 5 elimination points for the tie squad that has definitely seen better days to come. But YOODO Alliance, they're looking pretty good. They still have all 4 members alive. JB does find one by the edge of it, as they will slowly pincer out some members for the side of the Savior, just putting up a convincing brawl once again. Shoyo putting some huge damage on the block.
Yeah, and the Savior out of the game with just 3 elimination points. So I don't know how it's going to help them, you know, with their overall ranking so far. But yeah, it's actually the same tactics that I'm seeing coming from HORAA Esports. They do love to stay up north. They tried to migrate, you know, from north down to the west side just a while ago, but they did find at least 2 teams right there, including BTR. But again, I think they will head towards the west side now. This time, really opening up a challenge up against the Red Aliens. So I guess they're ready to clash with them. And there you go, with the strike coming from No Fear. Lapar is already on the ground.
Yeah, he's being absolutely isolated from the rest of BTR as well. I don't think that they will go in for the pickup, but if they control that high ground proficiently well, they might be able to win certain trades. That's the only favorable thing that BTR has on the block at the moment. So Lapar will be left to bleed out. And quickly as it goes, No Fear will be able to add 1 more point to the tally for the side of HORAA Esports. That's going to be 7 points already. Nades are flying into the sniper's nest. Not really hitting the mark just yet, so Hans will be able to stay still. Suxy now also looking for a trade, dropping nades into the smoke.
Oh man, I'm amazed with the fact that Harame Bros is actually doing a great job defending that compound. We did talk about this a while ago that there will be a lot of teams that will head towards that direction. Horde of teams, to be honest. I mean, it's wave after wave after wave of teams that challenge them up. But amazingly, they remained elusive. They were able to defend, although in the process they also lost some of their members, but they're still a-okay. Now, can BTR still be a-okay because HORAA Esports now on a roll? We can see that they were able to eliminate Hands, with that brutal exchange. Hands, 8 elimination points for the side of HORAA, down to just 6 teams remaining. We are stage 5 with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming for Hands just having a full squad send this way, but we've seen those individual plays before, but in that instance, you have some open windows which you could just easily peek out from. So it's just very tough angles coming into the sniper's nest out there. BTR, with that form of separation, I guess it really didn't work out at the end because they've already had 2 members splitting over south, hoping to get rewarded with a little bit more of that high ground field to play towards the south side, but wasn't actually a firm control coming in from the side of Hans or even Lapar. Lapar was the first one to go out. But back to the only real estate that we have inside the zone, you see K1 just holding it out against the side of Talon. None of them will be able to go up against each other, at least for the meantime. We'll have to see how this one shifts away because with the update of the zone, it does go back into where K1 is currently poised at. So they're just going to be quiet neighbors for now, but things can go a little bit rowdy like what we've seen early on with how many teams again? I lost count.
Oh man. I feel like those 3 teams that are occupying a compound like K1, Talon, Esports, and even with the exception of Harame Bros, I feel like there will be the first 3 teams that would kind of have an exchange, at least with the nades, or maybe like have a trade-off. I don't think HORAA Esports will join into the mix as well. BTR is taking their sweet time, from down south. And YOODO Alliance continues to kind of just move around, right? And just scout the area, check which entry point would be the best for the team. But as per BIGETRON, just as I would say that they will not join into the mix, find themselves up against HORAA Esports right here. Oh my goodness, HORAA seems to be, they've already gotten the momentum that they need, and now they're going up against BTR, and they seem to be winning the fight.
Yeah, they're absolutely flying as they're jumping in for the shots to connect, but Baruch's going down. Richuki on that last-ditch effort, as much as he gets that knock, it doesn't seem like the point was exactly secured. Well, actually, he did put that 1 point back on the side of BTR, and that's the only point that they had in this course of Erangel, which was surprising for the side of BTR. But it's a perfect run so far for the side of HORAA. It's 10 points, and now they make it to the top 5.
They were really avoiding conflict with BTR, since a while ago. I mean, BTR was just staying, from the west side of the circle, and there were plenty of times that they actually met up with one another. But this is the only time that HORAA Esports decided, okay, maybe it's time to, for us to fight because we need those elimination points. And now we can see that YOODO Alliance also ready to challenge Harame for this very compound. They're flushing them out with a lot of nades. Let's see if Harame Bros can be successful this time around in defending this small area they call their refuge.
Range, he was so cheeky. He's hiding in that smoke and he pops out, surprising that member of YOODO Alliance. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Range versus Adik Luke. What could they do with the DBSs in hand? And there's going to be some players from the side of K1 that also swarms in to just spoil the parade. It could have been a good 1 versus 1, but, K1 just have to do it. 9 points in for the side of the PL squad, but it's not really over just yet for the side of Harame Bro, as they manage to advance into the top 4 for yet again. I think Harame Bro, they definitely are on the rise, despite, not getting those chicken dinners, but there's just so many instances where they play with discipline in order to get so much out of the placement points.
I mean, HORAA Esports, they're on the roll right now. They're killing Frenzy. So I don't want to say anything. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm just going to let them play. But so far, they have the rhythm down, right? And it has been a while since HORAA Esports actually scored a winner with a chicken dinner. And probably this might be the game that they are looking for. So far, they've already managed to put up 10 elimination points. So I don't want to say anything. But Range, okay, he is the sole surviving member of HARAME Bros. And I think he could chill for a while because K1 as well as TALON Esports, even HORAA Esports, they are eyeing to perhaps challenge K1 first before, or maybe they're not even aware of the fact that there is still a Range from HARAME Bros that's monitoring the situation.
Yeah, and it could go either ways, right? But I love the approach of HORAA Esports, how they're playing this one now. They're hugging by the edge of the circle and also handing one member in to seek out where exactly they're playing inside of all these compounds. So if there's going to be any form of a battle, they could just slowly close in, regroup once again to slowly weird out all these other players out there, because HORAA, they do have that numbers advantage. You'd say the same about K1, but each one taking a compound for themselves, it's kind of difficult to actually hold out. Once there is a certain challenge or a grenade, like you could easily lose one member and not having anyone to assist on the potential revive. So it definitely will look to be a little bit tough as we see a little bit of pressure over onto Range.
Yeah, No Fear already knows exactly from which direction he will be coming from. I mean, he did take a lot of damage coming from that spray, and Range getting inside that vehicle will no longer be an option. But where could he go? I mean, there's really not much time. The zone is already there, ready to devour them, and the only thing that needs to the only thing that I could, think of is Range denying the point up against HORAA Esports. But he needs to move. But I don't know where exactly he's gonna go.
Wherever he wants to go, he will look to survive. But that day, almost clipped him completely. Range somehow still survives, but he has got so little space to actually work with. He needs to dance through the smokes and make it rain. It will be from the side of HE, HORAA Esports. Now restock. He's got that P90 in the hands of Malik. And they're definitely ready to go on a roll. And even better for Sky, he's also securing some part of the upcoming phase of the circle. So it's really down to how K1 as well as TALON plays it out, because they will need to start making a move out of the compounds that they've been seeking refuge for the longest of time. So whatever smokes, they gotta toss it out there in order to maybe block a little bit of vision. But it is starting to become a lot more daunting, because Sky, he is gonna scout out ahead to see who moves out first.
Yeah, I know that, okay, a while ago it was HORAA Esports that's dominating the chart, right? But yeah, since K1, they still have like a portion of that compound, right? So they can still seek refuge there. And HORAA Esports, they don't have anything, but of course they're playing the open field here. TALON Esports will have to keep up the compound as well. So K1, we're just waiting if they can play their cards right. If they can do that, I think they have really the best chance of actually scoring the chicken dinner here. But the fact that, HORAA Esports has some elevation to work with, that gives them, that slight advantage. But then again, it all boils down to how good this team's when it comes to execution. And a lot of them right now is high on adrenaline. So this is crucial for all three teams.
Yeah. Of course, being at the short end of the stick here, it's TALON Esports just by the very edge of it. They're not making any moves at the moment. They're looking to assess the situation. They drop a couple of nades, hoping to connect towards the side of K1 Esports. Now, movements up atop. Axel immediately gets clipped, and with just one nade and a couple of bullets, that should do the trick for the side of K1. They get depleted instantaneously. So TALON Esports settles for third. And I'm surprised there's just no eliminations whatsoever coming from side TALON, but at least those placement points come in handy. Now it's HORAA Esports, full control over the top end of the kill, and K1, they're just swarming out of it, hoping to find an exchange, but not getting anything at all. By the broken wall, it's just going to be Tenyu holding it out against Malik. Has to go for a reroll. He still has 3 more grenades to work with. Gonna put it to good use this time, but K1, he's on the push.
Yes, sir. Obviously, K1 is at a disadvantage considering the fact that they will be coming from down below. And this is such a good rotation coming from HORAA Esports. And again, we got a knockdown. So HORAA Esports now being aggressive. They know they have the upper hand. And here comes the exchange. HORAA Esports wins the game.
Perfect execution, smart plays, great decision making that sees them rise up to the top. HORAA Esports of Nepal once again finds their way back into a win, and they do it in a very convincing manner as well. And what I love the most about this matchup, where HORAA was very decisive on their strikes, especially the battle that they had against BTR. They slowly single out their targets and take that control over the hill, and they weren't basically worried about, putting themselves into the thick of the battles, because how many teams were challenging for compounds? They say, screw that compound, we can play from the outskirts, and that's how they got this win.
Honestly, yeah, they did try to avoid to get into a lot of fights, because there were a lot of teams really flocking in that specific area, just because we've got at least 3 compounds right there, and it was firstly occupied by HARAME Bros, and it was DRX who actually first challenged them to get that compound, but they defended it so very well. That's why it worked out. But HORAA Esports, I mean, you're right. They did stay, outskirts. They didn't take any fights unless they were forced to. I mean, I did say this a while ago that there were a lot of times they met with the BIGETRON Red Aliens, but they took the fight, I think, perhaps stage 7, if I'm not mistaken, down south, and that is it. It was a great effect, a great impact on the side of HORAA Esports, getting their momentum down, and actually wins the fight. Very convincing, I might add.
Yeah, and they do it in spectacular fashion in the way that they've actually executed it. Even when they understand that there's a team over onto a specific area that they want to challenge, they just full send it. That's how they've been able to just convincingly win those clean fights overall, and that's just massive damage that has been done by the side of HORAA. That's 2,333 damage in comparison to K1's 1,009. But kudos to the side of K1 though. It wasn't exactly the easiest place to hold out from, where we saw many teams have tried to take that space away, but K1, they were adamant to hold it out. Together with the side of HARAME Bros, eventually it came down to them, TALON, and a few other noble names. But it definitely was Sky that stole the show in this match.
Absolutely. There's a lot of our audience waiting for HORAA Esports to actually come up on top. So I guess this is it, or this was it rather, because it has been a while since HORAA Esports scored a winner with chicken dinner, and again, this is a major comeback for the team, and especially to Sky, because he did win the overall MVP during the playoffs, and it took him quite a while, before he was able to put himself up again when it comes to top performers for each map. And we also got, of course, ZWZ coming from K1, HORAA. We got Malik as well, and Tianyu. So we've got 2 of each team right here from being the top performers in Erangel.
Yeah, we see great haul of points for HORAA for winning this chicken dinner with 24 points added to their table. And same goes to K1. This is one of the best rounds that we've seen so far here for day 2 for the PL side. Meanwhile, massive improvements coming from the side of YOODO Alliance with that 12-pointer. And HARAME Bros, they got themselves that 8 points out there. And I'm seeing a little bit of a dip of performance coming from DRX, moving a lot slower into the second half of the day as well. Ever since they had a very difficult start into those Miramar rounds, it didn't seem like Erangel was treating them any kinder in that essence as well. So we see, now the gears are starting to shift for teams that are desperate to gain those points to back majority of it. So BTR, they will basically enjoy what's coming their way, because DRX isn't really farming big points out there. So perhaps there's an opening for BTR to still race for that top 1 position.
Yeah, but DRX probably has like big targets on their back since they are at the top spot. So I feel like
For sure.
the teams here are really gunning for them. As for the stats, this is a high number. This is what we always look out for. The amount of throwables used per match. So 267 is I believe the number that we are looking for. Last time it went as high as 300 plus, so let's check if it will happen for today. Now, the overall ranking,
Wow.
and again, I'm pretty amazed and curious as well. The fact that DRX still remains to be the only team that has a triple-digit score, oh, it is mind-blowing. But HORAA Esports climbing up rank, landing at 3rd spot, dethroning TALON Esports with a total of 81 points. I think, you know, one game could really make the difference that they need, right? Every match is a make or break for every team here.
Absolutely. We see it shifting all around. We have different winners for each respective map so far. And K1, after an astounding round, we now see them break into the 50-pointer mark, having a good 10-point gap between them as well as for MERICAL Vibes, as they do gain 1 position up ahead. So it's just the nature of the competition being so stiff that, you know, it's if you make one drastic mistake, you get easily punished for it, and which is why we have seen certain great teams that have done so well back in day 1 not really finding that same form of groove here in day 2. But, you know, there's still more chances up ahead as we take a little bit of short breathing space. I hope you guys will stick put, because in a few minutes, we'll move into our next map. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We've promised you the breaks will be very swift, and we are back here once more. It's the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and we've got some of the best action possible. And of course, we got the queens here joining with me. It's Red Queen Andy. My name's Contra. You've probably seen us casting some other tournaments, and I'm really happy to be here. This is my first time here in Ruthless, and we've got banger after banger of matches to go. And for tonight, there's only 2 more rounds standing in the way. We've seen different winners so far for today. So who will be the next one to take home that chicken dinner? So, of course, Red Queen, I want to hear your thoughts because you predicted HORAA Esports multiple times, and the time that you don't, they win it. So, at the very least, you know, you kind of got your prediction ahead of time.
Yeah, I chose them during, you know, not in the right match, but it is okay. I mean, I've always known HORAA Esports can always, they can always deliver. You know, every time I wanted a chicken dinner, they're one of the teams that really gives me that win that I need for my prediction. But it's okay, you know, as long as they're there at the top, I'm already happy. And this is that was their best match so far for the grand finals, and I do hope they can continue on racking some points, you know, that they needed to kind of improve more, right? And that was a great gameplay. I mean, the fact that they've landed at the 3rd spot, so that means that they're really putting in that extra work, that extra effort, you know, making sure that they give us the best show. And speaking of giving the best show, Falcons, For MERICAL Vibes, HORAA, TALON, these are your top teams for today's set of matches.
Yeah, and it was very impressive out of HORAA because with that huge play to secure that chicken dinner, they find themselves currently, like what you said, top 3 at the moment, knocking down teams like even TALON Esports that have remained to be dormant for the course of the day. And we're not too sure what's really going on with some of these guys out there. BTR had a splendid start alongside with DRX, but they're slowly dipping in terms of the form of performance that we've seen coming in from those preceding games that have concluded, of course. So I guess maybe it's the stamina that's starting to, you know, deplete coming from some of these guys out there. But after losing position out there, I'm hoping to see a fired up side of TALON Esports to regain some placements for themselves.
Honestly, to play 6 matches in a day can be exhausting, and we did talk about this all the time, that it's not just about like the physical strength, it also has to do something to do with like mental state, right? You have to get in the games with a strong mental fortitude and a great stamina in going through or powering through all the matches in a day. Some of the teams here, they play not just one tournament, but they play, you know, like a back-to-back tournaments in a day. So can you imagine the kind of effort all of these pro players are actually doing? I mean, the amount of hours that they do invest just to make sure that they play at a certain level will always be outstanding. I'll always be amazed. That is why I'll always be a fan of not just a team, but all of the teams that we can see participating in any tournaments. But Contra, here we go again. I mean, my radar is really way off. I mean, we do choose teams that are included in the top 5 in every match, but we can't seem to nail it, right? Like, just like pick the right team.
You gotta pick one, though.
Right?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go for one.
Who are you going for this time?
TALON Esports. I want to see answers.
Okay. All right. And production is actually going for MERICAL Vibes. I did think about MERICAL Vibes, honestly speaking. So I think we're going to have the same choice with production. So yeah, I'm going to lock in MERICAL Vibes as well.
Well, okay. I'm absolutely outnumbered. I got to hold for a little bit because I'm feeling a little sneezy at the moment, but I'm looking at the side of TALON Esports that have consistently show up into getting those placement points, but they definitely have a lot more to offer, especially firepower. But today, I don't see much coming outside of Yoru or Red FAZE. I feel like it's the last 2 games. They might as well go all out and start to show who the real TALON Esports really is, that has been creating a storm back in the PMPL Indonesia side as well as the PMSL. So that's something that I dearly do miss coming out of them. So that's where my vote's at.
But Talon already won a chicken dinner for today. You know, the team that I'm actually wondering if they can score a chicken dinner for today, that would be FaZe Clan. Because they really started off really strong, you know, during day number 1 of the grand finals, and they haven't really had quite an explosive performance just yet. So perhaps here in match number 11, Erangel, this is the OG map, the last Erangel, by the way, for this evening. So I do wonder if FaZe Clan can make it happen for the team and actually score a chicken dinner. But then again, I did pick for MERICAL 5, so I don't want to sound like I'm biased or anything, but yeah, I mean, I'm kind of rooting for MERICAL 5 for this round.
Yeah, and really impressive stats that we do have. Thank you very much, production. Well, there's a lot of knockouts coming in from Federales as well as DRX 6A. And 6A so far has been looking to be one of the sharpest shooter out there, always aiming for the head. And the whole squad of DRX is so interesting in the sense that for the past day, even up to today, when they go for battles, like usually it's very, very clinical the way that they execute, as well as how they always play for this position as well, which is why that when you compare their stats as compared to all the other teams, they have some inflated numbers, dare I say. But other than that, it hasn't been the best round so far. And speaking of, you know, moving back into Erangel, some stuff are inevitable. And when I say some stuff, it's that battle between TIANBA and DRS, as we already see casualties come from DRS.
Yes, sir. Oh man. Okay. Again, this is not the way you would want to start your game, and again, it has to how effective your size are with your jump distance, and it looks like TIANBA just bit the heck out of DRS right there because they seem to be winning the fight. Killer YT is already on the ground, and we can see like DRS Yante trying to clap back the situation, but unfortunately, this just like you know, a high advantage on the side of TIANBA. Well, there's a great spray coming from XMPL, but can he finish the fight? Yes, sir, he can.
What a god angle he had right there, and I'm just surprised that Example managed to connect that one to perfection as well. G-Bon coming up close and personal. This time they are very hasty on this engagement. They say, you know what? Let's not draw out the fight till K1 arrives to the scene. Let's just settle the scores right here, right now. But speaking of which, K1 is not even that built of power. Example does find that grenade, and just by moving by the corner, you start to see DRS is taking good leads, just slowly watering down members after members to the side of TIANBA, and now all they have to do is secure this one. And this time, it's a clean victory for DRS, though they do lose Killer YT, but it's 4 points on the table.
Yeah. It was clear advantage on the side of TIANBA just a while ago, so it was a phenomenal performance coming from DRS. The fact that they turned the tables up against TIANBA and actually winning that fight and managing to put up 4 elimination points is something that will always be incredible to our eyes. Now, stage 1, and we already lost 1 team, so down to 15 teams we go. We can see PANDUM. Okay, he's gathering information. We've got player 1 driving a vehicle there. Went for a spray, but I have a lot of questions there, Jubranki. I mean, okay, fine. You did a spray. That was mid-range. Oh, that was a long range. But why did you think that would be an effective spray? I mean, you're holding a micro Uzi, man.
I guess like they just want to show who's boss of this North George area, you know, like, okay, I'll let you have that vehicle this time around, but if you come and visit me more often in Day Tree's matchups in the grand finals, I won't let you lose because, yeah, I've got micro Uzi now, but who knows? Next time, they're just going to bring heavier artillery if you find that early M249. Oh, that's game over, my friend. Anyways, back to FaZe Clan, right? Player 1, I still wonder who could that be? I mean, Ventorius, he's already out for the count very early on. I suspect that to be Team PANDUM that has been able to pick that one up. So it wasn't too clean for FaZe Clan to start things off in South George.
Whoever player 1 is, I mean, he's doing tremendous work. I mean, the impact that he's actually giving to FaZe is doing FaZe good because, again, I did say this, that FaZe, the way that they move inside of Battlefield right now had a huge improvement. Also, when it comes to like taking in fights, they know how to move inside a battlefield. So I guess player one, whoever this guy is, you guys should take him in because FaZe is actually doing great as of the moment.
Yeah, this legacy team from Thailand has definitely seen a lot of great Hall of Trophies back in the past, and even more recently, they've still been able to perform up to the standards. Internationally, I think definitely have seen better days though, where sometimes facing off internationally, FaZe Clan may not have that same style of execution that they love and desire to go full aggro in the mid game to late. So I guess this is now another restructuring when it comes down to how they want to play things out. FaZe Clan definitely has one of my vote of favorites when it comes down to the C bouts where they've been playing for a very, very long time. But when it comes down to internationals, I feel like sometimes they just don't have that same level of confidence.
Ooh, bold statement right there. But yeah, that could be the case. But yeah, I've whenever I see them play in official tournaments, I mean, these guys are not really wearing any masks since this is off season. Again, we always think, okay, what intention does this team have participating in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown or perhaps in the Clash of Giants, right? And they don't want to reveal like what kind of monstrous action they can perform inside a battlefield. So whenever we see them play in the official tournaments, they kind of really transform into like apex predators that we know that they are. But I mean, yeah, they still continue to rack up a lot of accolades, a lot of titles under their belt. So this makes like really a great pseudo stage. That is why I believe this is the most anticipated show, you know, in the community when it comes to you know, off-season tournaments.
Absolutely. And of course, hats off once again to everybody behind the planning stage to the execution, because I'm having a field day out here casting this tournament. And you guys, as spectators too, I hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. Hit that sub button if you guys haven't already. Now, we get ourselves an early battle, perhaps, between TJB as well as BIGETRON Red Aliens, just taking over the control of the Potato Hills. So Hans has got to be on that lookout, hugging by the corner of rock. We'll be joined by Zuxi as well. Now, they're not going to be in direct contest as there's a fair distance in between, not within at least a grenade's range at the very least. So it will erupt maybe a little bit later on, or TJB can opt to decide, you know what, it's not worth spending too much time here. Now, also as a matter of fact of how the first stage have shown us that it's kind of like a 60-40. Some areas covering Sonoska military base, but majority of the teams they're thinking this will very well move into the centerfold of Pachinki, which is why you see TJBs around the corner. PTR, they move very early on, and not too far off, we have the Savior that's going to be circling like eagles too.
Yeah, Talon as well as Alter Ego Eras are having exchange as we speak. BTR is not that far away, so they could join into the mix as well. As for the situation, ladies and gents, we do see a lot of callers down there at central location of the map, and well, I mean, it didn't move at all, or it didn't move that much. It is still in the middle, so perhaps teams are, you know, just gonna get close with one another. And the fact that we are already at the last Erangel this evening, again, this is like the cashing cow, right? The you know, the OG map that the teams all know by heart. So I don't think they're gonna be reckless. They're not gonna rush into anything. They're gonna take their time. They're not gonna get into a fight unless they are forced to. Now, coming off the kill feed, it's DRX that's having an exchange. Is it? Oh, okay. So up against 4 MERICAL vibes, but would they want to risk losing members of the team? We are just at stage 2.
I feel like DRX have their hands pretty much forced in that exchange because they were hoping to rotate, but they get clipped out by the side of 4MB. Meanwhile, BTR dealing with heavy firepower coming in. Hans managed to hold them by the staircase, but it is the exchanges coming in from the outskirts. Those bullets coming in from the side of Falcon Forest. We'll see their own demise as well. Icy tries to push in, but it's Richuki taking charge of things here around the block. But there's just not going to be any entry point at all. Falcons, they hope to claim this estate, but they will have to wait for a little bit longer because there's also YOODO Lions moving into the same direction. The rest of BTR, they managed to go in for the revive, so that's good going for them, picking that 1 point up. But now, what's Jimmy gonna do? He's gonna be hustling the rest of Falcons to move within the compound range once again, but the shots are fired. Top's gonna be on the ground, and the nades flying in. That Molotov might be able to do a little bit of damage, but East will be able to revive his brother very, very quickly. So RUTHLESS also on the watch as well. This is 4 teams clumped against another.
I guess it's a good thing, you know, good news on the side of BIGETRON Red Aliens. The fact that East, or was that Top, not quite sure there, but one of them actually got knocked down by YOODO Alliance, right? So that actually bought some time for BIGETRON Red Aliens to kind of have a reset. Now, coming from behind, YOODO Alliance now getting a huge backstab done up against BTR, hence getting a point right there by added look. Now, Falcons as well as BTR getting sandwiched in between. And as you can see, YOODO Alliance holding off multiple angles here, but this is a great response from BTR, shutting down added look.
And YOODO Lions kind of force too much of their advantage as well. They go for a very wide split, sending 2 members out there. Shoyo did manage to provide enough assistance as well because he's on the outskirts of the wall. I think Luke was being a little bit too feisty, trying to claim that compound from the indoor section. Now here comes those grenades coming from the side of Oleo. Just a little bit of chip damage being done towards the side of Lapar, but he's still going to be A-okay for the moment. Jimmy, how much more damage can he do coming from the off angle from the top side of the hill? The rest of BTR, they find Zuxi to be knocked down. Lapar tries to resuscitate those members. Those nades are not really hitting the mark just yet, coming from the side of Hands. Now, that allows TJB to slowly move in, and Falcon wants blood too.
Oh man, it's non-stop action right here, ladies and gents. I mean, understandably so, because of the fact that the circle, it has like at least 40% water here. So the land space that we have is not that much. So the circle is getting crowded as we speak. And just like that, DRX being the top team now out of the game. Falcons Force continues to perhaps dominate YOODO Alliance because they have been throwing a lot of nades. And Shoyo is still on the ground with no way for Jimmy to actually pick him up just yet. But you know what? We don't know what's going to happen because Oleo's still alive and is trying to, of course, just keep Falcons Force at bay.
It really feels like a giant party happening between YOODO Alliance, BTR, as well as Falcon. But on the other block, though, by the corner of the port, we have HARAME Bros as well as CJB. They're having a party of their own as well. Maybe not as clustered as compared to what BTR is currently faced off up against. Hans forced to play a little bit more defensively. YOODO Alliance, they're just hugging bottom the lower floors, trying to prime grenades true. Still not really getting angles right. I say that, and Oleo finds the mark. Now, all they have to do is to spot out the rest of Falcons, as YOODO Alliance, they definitely have quite the outrageous performance out here against BTR.
Man, it's like, you know, again, celebrating New Year here because there's tons of gunshots that I can hear. But yeah, I mean, looking at the situation, just looking at the map, HARAME Bros TJB, they are at the coast once again, ladies and gents, and there will be plenty of teams that would try to go towards that direction because again we don't have that much space. So HARAME Bros will be put to skills will be put to test once again, ladies and gents. FAZE is in between the Savior and TJB. For MERICAL Vibes is keeping quiet for now. They're laying their heads low, but we can see that Falcons Force, Top and East trying to perform for us right now. They're doing a little bit of that tap and fire up against Team PANDUM, but considering the distance that they have, I don't think anything is going to happen just yet. But you know what? YOODO Alliance, they're ready to go once again. Will they continue to challenge up or like get the job done up against Falcons?
Yeah, they managed to get those stocks coming in from fallen members of BCR. They should be well equipped to eventually go up against Falcons, but they are being a lot more respectful as well because they understand there are other teams like Talon that's coming deeper into the mainland that could still hold a little bit of a threat, and not forgetting PANDUM too. Now, DRS, they have cleared out Milta and they've had that free passage into farm. They assessed the situation well to claim that coastal corner for their own. So I do believe that's going to be a very good angle to play from, knowing that there's nobody behind you coming from the south to pose any form of threat, so they can just focus forward into what's really happening. And with that crowd going over on the west side, they don't really have too much to worry about. So I see them making a deep run here. But as for 4MV and the rest coming in from the far west, like DX as well as Talon, they got problems of their own to worry about.
I've seen this kind of circle during day one. I'm gonna lie here. I mean, basically the same teams. You know, HARAME, we've got for MERICAL vibes right there on the coast. But yeah, I mean, the Savior for MERICAL vibes, they will have to deal with one another before they could actually infiltrate that side of the circle. But there's plenty of teams that might say hi. We still got YOODO Alliance and Falcons Force not getting through the fight here. Rosemary with a massive spray. Now, there you go. D Savior puts down Doc.
Oh boy, 4MV, they're just getting hustled, even by the corner of the coast where they're not exactly in the zone just yet, and needing to even go in for a pickup right now. They don't have much time. So DX takes this chance to go on for the full rush against 4MV. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance finally decides it's time to make our advancements clear. Top's already down, only one member left, and he's just hugging by the corner wall. Ease will soak it all up. It's 5 elimination points for the side of YOODO Alliance. A lot cleaner, a lot better when it comes down to how they execute this one. Falcon only walks away with 1 point. Yeah. Not too disappointing, honestly, but it definitely took a while for them to conclude this one.
They showed teeth, didn't they?
They did.
Yeah. That was 10 teams remaining, ladies and gents. And of course, for MERICAL vibes also out of the game, courtesy of D Savior. Now we can see that, okay, maybe D Savior is trying to pick up the pace here. They would love to show up, you know, at least for this round. I mean, eliminating for MERICAL vibes, one of the strong teams that we have in the competition, is a great sign that, you know, perhaps we will see a change of pace coming from D Savior. But then again, the only entry point I can see that they can go through would be, you know, from the west side, wherein HARAME and TJB is currently camping, I can say. Talon now challenging up YOODO Alliance. Let's see what's going to happen.
This is a very bold move coming from Talon. They've been watching like a hawk for the longest of time, and after they have full send it against the rest of the members of Falcons, they thought that maybe there's going to be damaged members coming out of YOODO Alliance, but this is definitely a prime location that they could hold out for the meantime. And if they need to back away, Talon has moved in from the north, so they know that there are some areas that is a little bit cleared up. But the other side, we are still having TJB as well as HARAME Bros locked into position. It's been a truce for a long time, but DX hoping to shake that one up. And speaking of DX, they kind of won a little bit of both, you know, like there's YOODO Alliance that I could pick off, there's TJB that could do so as well. Which one will they go for?
But okay, so if they want to do business right now, they have to settle the score as fast as they could, because the zone had favored the east side this time. We've got DRS again, very good with their circle prediction, not gonna lie here. They have a compound you know, to defend, and I believe before HARAME Bros, TJB, D Savior, and Talon Esports could even leave the compound, oh man, they will have an exchange, inevitable exchange.
Yeah, which is why I pointed out very early on, like DRS, they don't really have to do too much in order to actually get rewarded with that positioning, because they can spot anything that moves around these sections. So right now, they could just win it once again. But what I do believe to be a good contender will be Alter Ego Ares moving into the late stages of the game, because they're taking the North Point uncontested as well. But the nades are flying through. DX versus Talon. We've already lost YOODO Alliance early on. And FaZe Clan is the next to bite the dust as well. Those nades flying into the window is going to be a little bit tough for Talon to try to find a little bit of open space. Lamborghini moving from the back as well will be immediately challenged, and he just swerves through. An eye for an eye. TALON Esports will still find a response with M taking down the leader of the pack.
Wow.
And that is all she wrote. TALON Esports down and out.
You know, I would like to get back to what you said earlier. I mean, DRS is pretty on point when it comes to their circle prediction, right? I mean, position-wise, they're doing really great. But then again, with the kind of point system that we have for PUBG, I mean, you cannot really just play this one and rely on getting those placement points. You need to get those extra kill points. And DRS, although they're very on point with their position, I mean, they're a little passive in terms of getting those elimination points.
Yeah, meanwhile, these guys are the latter, right? Like, they love to go in for some exchanges. TJB only down to Kist as he's just hoping to find one against Paragin, and the blue zone setting in as well. He doesn't really have meds or anything at all. He just have to man up and take this fight just mano a mano, and Paragin somehow wins the trade. This is that massive 10-pointer out of DX that we've been waiting for.
Yes, sir. I mean, we did talk about they're picking up on the pace. Now they're showing up for this round. Unfortunately, well, it's the Blue Reaper that won the fight because it just eliminated the rest of D-Savior. But they did go out with 10 elimination points, which is a solid number, by the way. Down to 5 teams remaining. We are at stage 5. HORAA Esports again. At the top of the chart, so I don't want to say anything contra because as you can see, there's a lot of purple hearts down there in the comment section. So if HORAA loses the fight, I don't want to stay in. I don't want to be part of it. But yeah, Harame Bros dealing with the Pandum. Okay, this is a fight that we have been waiting to happen. Pandum, they have been just laying low, you know, during the past events so far, and now they will have to deal with the Bros this time.
Yeah, and it's really tough to play from the shack as well, which is why they deploy a little bit of smokes to cover some grounds, give themselves a little space to work with, but shots are being fired from the back. I believe that to be coming from the side of Alter Ego Ares. Now, Harame Bros are on wheels once again, sending Federalis to at least get a slight glimpse of the whereabouts, but he's got to be careful because he's soaking some free damage. I love what you said. Blue Reaper is a big killer on the loose from time to time. Now, it's going to be Jabranki that takes the shack. He's going to be behind the corner wall, but he's got to be careful about Alva because he's on the watch.
Blue Reaper is the most unstoppable guy that we have in this competition. I mean, he continues to rack up a lot of points, right? But yeah, I mean, what a turn of events. I mean, Pandum, instead of actually going up against Harame Bros, they did prioritize getting inside the circle, and now they might do the gatekeeping here up against Harame. Now, one of the players come from DRS decided to go for a swim, probably because it's too hot of battles that we are experiencing so far. Giante goes down, turning the ocean red.
And HORAA Esports, they submerge in the water, and once they got out of it, they get perfect peaks over onto both Sleepy as well as Gante. Now, somehow, Example has to turn this one around, and he's just got those free range of grenades. There's so little land for them to work with. And once they dip in the water, there's nothing much that No Fear could actually do about the situation. Gotta quickly go in for those revives, and he doesn't really have that much time. But at least for now, that blue zone's not setting in too quickly, though. They got a minute and a half to go. And for some reason, Alter Ego Ares as well as Pandum, they're getting the upper end of these trades because they're just staying dry on land instead.
Woo, oh man. Yante, we'll have to say goodbye to you, man, because I don't think XMPL would go for that pickup. You'd be the sacrificial lamb for the team. HORAA Esports, again, staying outskirts. Don't exactly know what would be the plan here, but I do believe they will be coming after XMPL now that he is all alone from inside that house. But let's not take out Harame Bros just yet because, well, the fact that HORAA Esports actually came here, they also have a chance to assume points as well. And there you go, Malik already on the ground, but this time coming from Alva of Alter Ego Airs from across the field, I might add.
Yeah, it's the last end coming from the side of XMPL. There's an 8 being primed right in as well. It's going to be a little bit far off as he's holding on to the lower side of the staircase. Got that DBS at the ready, but a little bit of respect being shown from the side of HORAA Esports as they can still go in for the pickup. They don't want to risk it all for the meantime, but it's definitely taking a while for them to settle the scores. And the moment that they do, well, it just takes one perfect bang out of that grenade from No Fear to take them down. So DRS, the best that they can settle for is 5th. Now, the biggest fish to fry right now has got to be Alter Ego Aries. They got 3 very healthy members that's playing from the ground side up. And I guess they're in the midst of battle against Team PANDUM, and that exchange still see Hans to be very, very healthy. And it's been 6 points right now. HARAME Bros, they're kind of stuck in between. They still have Federalis at least in close proximity with Joe Brenke.
You just see what they did there. I mean, Alter Ego Aries, okay, just kind of just swooped in, eliminated one of the players come from Team Panda, and just went back to the compound. So I guess they're scouting the area and just really looking through all possibilities at what kind of approach they're going to do in this certain situation. But HORAA Esports, they have to deal with 2 members at least of HARAME Bros before they can actually get inside the circle. And to be honest, the reason why Alter Ego Aries probably has the biggest chance of scoring the chicken dinner here is the fact that HORAA will go up against HARAME Bros, and even if they win the fight, we cannot say if all members would survive, right? So that puts them as sort of a disadvantage there. And Alter Ego Aries is just smiling from afar, waiting for the fight to happen and over to be done with.
Yeah, speaking of which, they're really putting up a massive fight though. Amass trying to go for goal, but he drops down on the ground instead. Great maneuvers coming from the side of HORAA Esports. They overwhelm the likes of the 2 members standing in the way from HARAME Bros. And that will mean Federalis will have to play this one all alone. Now, just like you said, Alter Ego Aries, they've been waiting for things to happen, and now they finally took charge. They clean house against the rest of Team PANDUM. They settled for 4th, and now it's only 2 members that's going to be pretty much healthy and alive for the side of HORAA Esports, or should I say 3. With a good reset, I still see them up and running, but Federalis, he could still pull some stops here.
Okay, this is a tricky situation. Okay, Federalis is all alone, right? Coming from HARAME Bros. But I do feel like HORAA Esports knows exactly where he is. We can see that there's nades being thrown at his direction. But as you can see as well, Alter Ego Aries holding off multiple angles here. Obviously, Rosemary would try as much as possible to make that angle work for him and just go for the pinch here. So I can still say that Alter Ego Aries has the best chance of winning this fight.
Yeah, just smart positioning overall. They just take control of 90% of the circle at the moment. By the south side, you have the 2 teams struggling to make ends meet. 3 members stack just shoulder to shoulder coming in from the side of HORAA Esports. So Alter Ego, once they do get a perfect line of sight, that should be an easy clearance for them. But Alva doesn't exactly have the best angles to work with because he's hiding behind his shack. But once he steps out, I guess he should be able to contribute a whole lot more. Federalis, he can play it a little bit more defensively, but he's not exactly within that zone. So less than 10 seconds, they now will have to journey in. So it's all about execution for the side of Alter Ego Aries to secure a win here.
Yeah, push comes to shove. I mean, if Hans Mary as well as one more player come from Alter Ego Aries loses the fight, then Alva could potentially, be the last player remaining, considering the fact that, he's inside that shack over there. And again, as we mentioned a while ago, he doesn't really have that great view, right? And Federalis taking in some shots coming from HORAA Esports. I don't know how long he can last in this situation, but he continues to be elusive up until this point. So great effort right there coming from Federalis of HARAME Bros, the Filipino Terminator, doing his best to actually survive stage number 8 here in Erangel. But the situation continues on. Of course, Alter Ego Aries still dictating the tempo of this match. HORAA Esports, I think what makes them vulnerable at this point is the fact that they're all together in just one spot. So one nade can actually destroy them.
Yeah, the good thing about this is that they're not exactly within that nade distance. Alter Ego Aries, they're happy to give them that tiny little space to work with and slowly funnel all of their crosshairs into that one same direction. But with a very good pickoff coming from the side of HORAA Esports, they could also turn the tide to round 2. So smokes have been deployed, but how much can they make full effect out of some of all these defensive setup. Will they go in for a split? What exactly is the call here for inside of HORAA Esports? Now they make some advancements here, slowly crawling their way through the fields, as this is just a slow waiting game from inside of Alter Ego Aries with that discipline. And HORAA, I believe that he's already scouted out Rosemary.
Whoa.
First damage being down, first contact hits, and 2 members are already down and out. HORAA Esports, only 1 member left standing in the way. Hans, he's just gonna full send it, and Sky denies the point away, but the win will still be back by the Indonesian side of Alter Ego Aries.
Oh man, great execution still from Alter Egoers. They know when to join the fight, and they know when to back out. They know when to pick up a point. So Alter Egoers is not, of course, a stranger to getting all those WWCDs, and the fact that they're starting to show up because they are on the second page. So I guess there's still a lot of work to be done, but this is just day number 2, and we still got like 7 more matches to go before we call it quits. And as for the side of HORAA Esports, it was great effort considering the fact that they didn't really have that much space to work with. I mean, the blue zone is already there, getting ready to devour them, and Alter Ego Aries is just really putting on a lot of pressure onto the side of HORAA Esports, hence really winning the fight.
Yeah, and we've seen so many close quarter battles coming into the coastlines, and how many teams were there battling out? TJB, YOODO Lions, the list goes on. Somehow Harame Bros have been able to survive and make the cut as well, which is absolutely impressive because they've been in a very sticky situation. But top 3 finish with Federalis also surviving to that late game, that's the best that they could do. Alter Ego, however, as much as they weren't as proactive as compared to the other teams into getting those high number of elimination points, they were absolutely playing for the win. To me, a surprise was DRS crashing out because we thought that playing from the south side will give them that edge, but they got absolutely overwhelmed by HORAA Esports.
Yeah, but an overall great performance still coming from HORAA Esports. I mean, the way that they really tried to make their way coming off of that compound dealing with Harame Bros and also XMPL of DRS is still a great performance coming from the team. Now let's get head to head. 1,906 damage output coming from the side of Alter Ego, and it's just 862 for the side of HORAA. So we can already say that Alter Ego Aries, despite not really getting into a lot of fights, like with the CQCs and stuff like that, but because they're so smart at picking their battles, they were able to put in the highest damage output, and of course translating that one into full-blown elimination point. But check it out, the guy who actually won the MVP did not come from any of the teams here. It came from Lamborghini, putting up 864 damage output and 4 elimination points.
Yeah, you gotta give respect to King Lambo because this Vietnamese ace still got it after so many years of playing PUBG Mobile Esports, and this has been one of the best rounds that DX have managed to gain in terms of points. I believe that to be 10 eliminations, the last that we actually checked. So it wasn't just Lamborghini. Everybody was working really hard, but just by playing by the edges. They came late to that party that they had over on the coastal shore. They shut down for MERICAL Vibes and so many other names that were moving from that western plain. So with that said, this is 18 massive points in the hands of Alter Ego Aries, and it's going to be 12 points to be shed between DX as well as HORAA Esports.
Yeah, and as you can see, DRX at the bottom of the page here wasn't able to put up any scores. So I guess, yeah, I mean, we are seeing kind of a slowdown from this Korean team. Now that we are headed towards our last game for this evening, could they do something that's different and maybe pick up the same energy that they've shown us during game number 1 down to game number 4, perhaps? We still don't, yeah, they do need to kind of do something about it because a lot of teams are already catching up with the numbers they put up on the board. Now, when it comes to the match stats, 320, which is a high number so far when it, in terms of like the throwables used in a match. Now, 363 meters as the longest elimination distance right now on your screen.
Yeah, and you know, it's really surprising. Despite DRX going on the slump, not really gaining that many points for the past 4 rounds in a row, the same could be said about BTR because they didn't manage to capitalize on these type of opportunities. So you still see that gap between BTR as well as DRX, despite, you know, the numbers are starting to close in ever so slightly. It used to be 20 points, but I guess a good round for BTR will mean that any given moment, DRX can be taken down to second position.
Whew. All right, so D-Savior with that kind of push, eliminating former MERICAL Vibes, you know, just a while ago. I think that did them well. They moved up 1 rank, ladies and gents, and then we've got TJB Esports coming from PEL, of course, at the bottom of the page here with 28 points. Alter Ego Errors, again, massive performance coming from this group, setting themselves up with 40 points and moving up 2 ranks. But then again, we just have to just put it out there. The teams that we have here, this lobby is pretty stacked up, right? So to even get just an elimination point contra is pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, if you put me in a lobby, you just see me turning the crate really quickly, you know, like the level of performance that we're getting here is just off the charts. Like, you are putting some of the best of every region in the world against each other. And this is the effort of Ruthless with this invite of exclusively bringing the top level teams. And we are still getting bangers and bangers of games coming our way. And as much as we have 1 more map to go, I hope you guys stick around because tomorrow we also still have more. But after a few minutes, we'll be back for our final map of the night.
guns blazing for our final round here at the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 6. Well, definitely gonna look cool. My name is Red Queen Eddie, together with Contra, and we are still your casters for this wonderful show.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed every bit of it. And, you know, we have our little reunion. Last week casted together was like, it felt like a year ago or even more, much longer, you know, like, and I'm glad that, you know, it's not only us because we reunite all these teams all under the same lobby where they get to play back-to-back matches to keep you guys all entertained. So make sure you hit that sub button or like wherever platform you guys are watching from, because we still got another matchup to go. It's gonna be the final chicken dinner on the platter for them to duke it all out inside of Miramar. And not forgetting, tomorrow we're gonna cure your Monday blues wherever you guys are from, because we know things can get tough, but the competition is even tougher here and you guys don't want to miss out.
Oh yeah, I mean, what better way to spend your Sunday and your Monday night, right? It's with us, of course. I mean, with your favorite teams, with your favorite players, and with your favorite casters. And let's, of course, include your favorite org, which is Ruthless Hype Esports. And again, if you don't want to miss out on any of the action, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Now, just to do a little recap of the top Miramar performers. Again, we've got DRX, we've got Falcons Force, TIANBA, and of course your boys at MERICAL vibes.
Yeah, and definitely we see a massive swing as well when it comes down to momentum, where teams have definitely had better performances, especially for DRX, where, you know, they have definitely had flying start back in day one, winning those chicken dinners, and, you know, they still managed to really get some good rounds off, but it's starting to see a little bit of stagnation, so I'm not too sure what to make out of it, but I hope that they can recover because teams are definitely on that chase. Now, quickly to you, Red Quinn, final prediction of the night. What's it gonna be? You're definitely thinking hard for an answer, right?
Oh man, okay. Who do I think is gonna get the last WWCD? Oh man. I'm gonna pass the torch to you, Prod. Which team you think is gonna go for this one?
Well, Prod is the wisest, so show us what you got. Okay, I guess they're still thinking about it. Oh, HORAA Esports.
I hate you.
I love them, though. I mean, HORAA definitely has got great games so far today. Now, I want to circle back to BTR because, come on, guys, it's been many rounds that DRX dropped the ball. This is the time to pick it up before you go to the final 6 matches of the grand finals. So, lock in my answer. It's got to be BTR.
I felt like HORAA Esports might go for another chicken for today, but since production already chose them, I'm gonna.
I mean, you passed it to them, right? So they gotta take it away.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna put a little fate on my homeboys, HARAME Bros.
Okay. Of course, the favorites of the Philippines. That's where Red Queen's from as well. Now, you know, I just noticed that I voted for a whole lot of Indonesian squad. I'm not Indonesian biased by any chance, but like, I'm just looking at performance based, right? Like, some of them have some really good games, but somehow I don't really see big chicken dinners falling into their hands most of the time. I mean, I can be wrong because even today we've seen different names really starting to show up, but yeah, this is where my predictions got to be at. As you can see, I have nothing right so far for the past 5 games, so hopefully I get my first one.
You get 4 chances for tomorrow, but
yeah.
Who knows? I mean, BTR might score a chicken dinner. I mean, if we're gonna be looking at the teams that actually got the chicken dinner, TALON Esports and HORAA Esports, they're already on the first page, right? So it was 4 MERICAL FAZE, Falcons Force, and Alter Ego Eris that dominated match 8, match 9, and match number 11. So perhaps, you know, BTR, one of the strong teams that we have, can score a chicken dinner. But I do understand why production actually chose HORAA Esports, because they've got that momentum for them, right?
Yeah,
but
they definitely do.
I can say the same, you know, for the side of HARAME Bros. Although we can see that they are struggling a bit, really closing the fight, but the consistency of them always getting included in the top 5 or in the final 5 for every match speaks a lot.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Where we see them striving to get into a lot of top 4 scenarios, closing it out is a different story, which they definitely need to somehow resolve. And this is going to be the final chance for Harame Bros to do so. Lock in your own predictions. Tell us in the comments as we dive in for our final match of day 2. We still got day 3 to go, so make sure you guys hit that sub, hit that like as we dive into Miramar.
All right, here we go. Final test to get our predictions. So right, match number 12 in the Barren Desert, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we would love to know your thoughts about the entire tournament, or like if you have favorite teams here, drop them down in the comment section. There you go. We are actually southbound. Okay, so we can see Pandum already opened up their chute. We've got TIANBA as well, and I think this only goes to show what you mentioned earlier, Contra, that TIANBA loves to stay outskirts, so they are opening up their chutes and probably headed towards that area right there below them.
Yeah, it's very interesting to also see TJB around that corner of Campo Militar as well. So we might actually see that PEL rivalry to continue falling suit into what we have here in the Ruthless Invitationals. So that definitely would be pretty interesting to watch if you guys have been keeping up with the PEL scene. Meanwhile, Talon not too far off from Pandum. That's going to be an all-Indonesian affair. So it's just interesting. Our final game, we have this skewed flight around that eastern corner, a little bit close to the shoreline as well. BTR is playing by Impala, whereas Thai teams, the Mongolians, they're all gathering around that center, and that's basically the safer choice for MV, looking to dive into a long float across Chumacera, whereas TRX are also taking a slow float within the crosshairs of FaZe Clan, so they got to be absolutely careful about this.
Whew, oh man, a civil war might be brewing up because TIANBA is pretty close with TJB, so they might go in for a clash there. And TJB being at the bottom of the overall rankings, well, obviously they need some points to work with. But TIANBA again, pretty aggressive, but they couldn't score the chicken dinner for today's event. But who knows? I mean, the fight is not over. I mean, the day is not even over yet, so they might still have a chance to go for that final WWCD and prove, of course, prove us wrong. But yeah, checking out the situation, Talon Esports. Okay, they are live in Krusden Valley, if I'm not mistaken, in between Pandum, TJB, and also Falcons 4. So let's see what's going to happen, or are they even gonna take up, like a fight at an early onset and risk losing members? We don't know what kind of strategy this team has in store for us.
Yeah, for Miracle Vibes, they can be somewhat unpredictable at times, where they can go all out chasing for those numbers, or they can also play very strategically, which, they are a double-edged sword. Sometimes it bites them at the behind, where that over-aggression proves to be costly. One good example was that fight against that member of TJB that they had back in Miramar. I believe it was second round of Miramar, somewhere around the third match of day 2. And it was Flowers that obliterated them in that tight corner. So it's definitely a lot of work for them to just go back to the drawing board, discuss by the end of the day. But so far, for Miracle Vibes, they're looking to have a very solid chance in this matchup, because the first phase of the circle, it's appearing around that central south region as well. So Chumacera is definitely the place to be.
Oh man, yeah, I know, right? I mean, everyone will be, yeah, I think gonna head towards that direction. It's hard. I mean, this is just stage 1, and just imagine the amount of teams that will be looking your way. So it's pretty hard. But then again, we all know the skills that For Miracle Vibes has, and how they can outwit their opponents. So I think they can survive, but just like, let's see how long they can survive the waves that are headed towards that direction. 16 teams still, and we don't see any player getting sent back to the lobby, or perhaps we already have, because DRS only playing with 3 members. I'm not sure if that was because someone actually eliminated them, but perhaps yes, because I can see 1 elimination point under Alter Ego Eris.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how exactly did they manage to earn it. Was it a vehicle hustle that they had in the early part of the matchup? Because from where we have spotted out, Alter Ego, they have some members separated across both Al Azahar as well as some areas of Graveyard, or should I even say Minas Generalis. DRS, they were moving into what I do believe to be a little bit close to Hacienda del Patron. So perhaps that's where they find that opening pick at the very least. But other than that, we don't really see many early scuffles, especially when it comes down to how things play out in Miramar in stage one generally, since this map is just a vast playing field for the many. So something to be
Yeah.
expected if you guys play PUBG Mobile long enough, right? So for Miracle vibes, they know this plays like the skin of the teeth. I mean, the back of the hand. What am I even saying? It's been a long day, my friends. For Miracle vibes, they can basically expand their reach if they don't really want to stay put in Chumacera, because that highway in between Picado, Montenevo is definitely the hotspot for many of these teams to cross by later on. But with the amount of teams that played out that comes in from the north, whoever takes control of Picado definitely will have some really good edges, if you ask me.
Oh man, I mean, there will be like a pandemonium waiting to happen from the north side of the map. Definitely, no doubt about that one. I mean, the amount of teams just trying to get inside the circle. I mean, we're gonna go back to that one because Talon Esports channel, we got Axel already on the ground and they're going up against DJB. Only S is also bleeding out there in the open. We've got Yoru on your screen, ladies and gents, and he is holding an M416, but would opted to go for that quick kill first. Game first is low on HP as well, but there's also Talon Esports you know, on the other side of the road that's doing the off angle here.
Very tough area to challenge. Yoru goes down very quickly to the hands of Lone, but from the outskirts, it's Red Face. Oh my word, that was just painful for the side of TJB to just soak it all up. They were going toe to toe, but Red Face have got the better end of that trade. It wasn't exactly clean for the side of Talent Esports, but hey, they make good work and they've managed to score those 4-pointers.
Well, it is important for the side of Talon to actually win that fight because if we're going to compare their situation, I mean, TJB basically don't have anything to lose at this point. I mean, they are already at the bottom of the overall ranking. So Talon Esports, they have a position to defend. So I guess there's a little bit of pressure onto their side to win that fight. And I mean, they did win the fight. So I guess we will see them, you know, last up until the few zones for the last game. Now we've got DRS back on the screen, ladies and gents, and XMBL seems to be needing a little bit of a help here. Alter Ego Eras, 3 elimination points right off the bat, and they might challenge the remaining players of Talon Esports.
Yeah, Alter Ego Ares, after a hot win out there, they're taking things a little bit slowly by the outskirts, hoping to take out their brothers also from Indonesia. Talent Esports, they're going to be locked into position for some time at the very least until the rest of the members of AE gets off of that area of play. Yoru does find an exchange, but there's only so much bandages or even meds for them to work with. So they're going to be depleted if they don't move now. They do have some wheels to work with, but Rosemary's on that chase. Hans Mary, however, is going to come in with a very alternate state where Rosemary's just going to follow suit. He sees where exactly Yoru's going. Apparently not far. He's just going to climb up, hoping to get a little bit of defense done and hoping to eventually pop some meds because he got to heal up.
This is actually like a scene, you know, from a Fast and the Furious movie. You know, we're in the desert and they're driving this awesome cars right here. Okay, so Rosemary now not letting go of Yoru in this situation. There you go. There's the massive spray. And Yoru, being the last remaining player of Talon, goes out of the game with only 5 elimination points. And Alter Ego Heirs must have waken up, you know, from their long slumber.
Well, great minds think alike. We got pretty much the right words for every situation now. Back into the side of Chumacera as well, we had for MERICAL Vibes being forced to move into a deeper position within the city of Chumacera, as there is the arrival of BIGETRON Red Aliens over onto the hillside, and more teams are starting to swarm in. Some of these teams are hoping to take the edges of Montenevo, and some may even extend to the hills of Valdemar. So the playing field, as to be expected, is going to be within that range. But wow, what an ambush coming from the side of Apex, clearing that one member off the side of YOODO Lines, but it isn't all too clear yet. Shoyo is within that area of play. They're gonna try to hug the deeper ends of the compound, managing to move just around the area, but it will still be secured for MV. They find themselves one more point on the block.
I'm super amazed at the fact that how Apex is handling the situation. I mean, he's all confident right there, charging up all alone, not even waiting for any backup whatsoever. I mean, he is living up to the reputation. I mean, he is called Apex for a reason. The Apex Predator, the deadliest of them all. Now we can see that he is cooking up a nade. Oh man, he threw it at Shoyo. Shoyo was able to dodge an attack, but I cannot say the same for Adam. Look.
Yeah, big nades coming from the side of Doc. Now there's just so little spacing left for the side of YOODO Alliance members to play with. Olio, he's just trying to make do of what this could potentially be. There is a knock that they managed to acquire from the side of 4MV. Just by the corner of the wall, it's going to be two members ready to receive that final point in. A clean execution from the side of 4 MERICAL Vibes to be expected, because YOODO Alliance, they stepped into the wrong neighborhood.
Oh man, you know what happens when you step into the wrong neighborhood? Okay, here we go. Harame Bros with a massive spray, gatekeeping a lot of teams here. But then again, the zone had moved, and unfortunately, this particular area right here is no longer covered. But they will have to deal with the Savior first before they can actually get inside. And it can be overwhelming for Jappy here, because he's taking care of at least 3 members of the Savior.
Yeah, and he doesn't really have a good field of view, because all these members coming from DX are on the rooftop. Really hard to actually spot them out, so you just gotta go for those random grenades if you could. Hans Mary, though, finds Yante as well as XMPL. Great work coming from side of Rosemary. I'm not too sure what's really going on that sector of map, but they're just forcing whatever hands that they have to try to eliminate as many members of DRS as possible. They've been tagging the blue, and now they get that clearance. They wipe out some of the Nepali favorites.
Oh man, if it's an opportunity actually presents, in front of you, I would definitely get it. But okay, Harame Bros, Emma's. Oh man, that's a top shot right there coming from Pubg. Naditi now goes in for a spray up against Jappy. It's amazing that Jappy's still alive, considering that he dealt with 3 members of the Savior. And now jumping back into Alter Ego Eras, DRS trying to clap back, but Hans Mary with an even louder clap back, eliminating DRS with only 1 elimination point.
You know, it means serious business when Rosemary's in play, and the impact that he's brought so far alongside with Has, they work in tandem really well. Jappy has got a smoked up vehicle. He quickly exchanges to say, okay, Ferralis, bro, you gotta cover me for a second, because I am pretty much getting pepper sprayed from every angle possible. Now, okay, Harame Bros, still having 3 members to work with, not too shabby, especially when you're playing around the city of Chumacera, so they could just squeeze by any corner of the wall to try to make amends. But if I'm looking at the mini map right now, I do have a map feed popped up on my second monitor. K1 is playing on the far west. That side has been a little bit quiet. I say that, but there is some action going on, as we have 4MV still striking onto some members inside of the Savior. On the far west, Rosemary doesn't seem that he has ever pulled the stop, so it will continue to launch flurry of attacks against player 1 of FaZe Clan.
Yeah, player 1 not lucky this time, so I guess he needs to get out of the game. But amazingly so, 8 elimination points is still a solid number coming from Alter Ego Airs, and they continue to rack them all up, even if it's just Rosemary and Hans for you. I mean, the fact that they actually fused their names only goes to show that we think alike, so our dynamics is pretty much on point. Now
Yeah.
we're back to four Miracle vibes, and they're dealing with D Savior, who is getting ready to get inside the circle, but I think it's gonna take them a while before they can actually do so. Now, you did mention K1 just a while ago and HORAA Esports. Now that HORAA Esports is outside of the zone, so the gatekeeping might happen from the side of K1. But looking at the situation, Shadows has already been eaten by the Shadows because he's back there in the lobby. 2 elimination points though for the side of Pubg. And D Savior needs to still exert a lot of effort here, pick up the pace, just so they can continue racking up, moving up the overall rankings.
Yeah, that past round inside the Erangel was absolutely impressive from the Savior. They finally showed their fangs. It's a little rather late, but better than never. But Overture, big nades dropping into the side of DX. The moment that I give them good words, man, for Miracle Vibe says, not stay down, my friends, because these points will eventually be seized by 4MV. And they're already stacking up to 7. 8 is definitely inevitable. I don't see a way out for the side of Nate T, because Lambo is all the way downtown. There's no way he's turning back just to rescue his friends out there. Meanwhile, the fight continues on. Exchanges coming from FaZe Clan as well as Alter Ego Ares. Hans will eventually have some helping hand, but so far, clean shots from Rose. He's just gonna stack it up to 10 for Alter Ego.
What did I tell you? I mean, Alter Ego, if they're really in the mood to rack up points, if they're in the mood to score the chicken, if they're in the mood to dominate, that's the time we're going to see them have an explosive performance. We are just at stage 4. And how many points were they able to rack up? 10 solid points? I mean, come on. You have to give it to Rosemary. The fact that they're playing with just 2 members is already phenomenal. And now, okay, let's see if Falcons can put a stop on the ever so growing momentum for Alter Ego Ares, because they are now about to face each other. Vintorez, okay, he says, I'm not gonna be a part of this one. I gotta focus on longevity here.
Yeah, longevity is key for FaZe Clan at the very least. Now, speaking of FaZe Clan, 66 points, haven't found anything just yet here in Miramar, playing all alone without vehicles as well. That's sort of death sentence delivered towards the side of FaZe Clan, and it feels like it's inevitable because they're a little far off from where they need to be at the very same time. TIANBA now being spotted by East Falcon Force. They're definitely hoping to gather just about enough attention coming from TIANBA member, but they will be just playing a little bit more defensively. That's the beauty about this sector of Miramar. We have plenty of high ground terrains to work with. So you see a lot of long-range taps all across the corner. Rosemary as well as Hans decides to give way towards the side of Falcons. Smart decision-making coming from the Indonesians, but also for longevity's sake.
Yeah. I mean, if you're already at a disadvantage and the numbers not really working out for you, it's better to just back away for a little, right? I mean, considering the fact that also Falcons has some sort of elevation to work with as well, so it's not really a good time for them to fight. I mean, just as we are talking about it, we thought that, okay, Alter Ego Era is backing away from the situation, but they did engage with Falcons, and hence, that wasn't a good matchup for them. Alter Ego Era losing hands in that exchange, so it's just Rosemary now.
Yeah, Rosemary and
it's hands for you. Rosemary was the one that got eliminated.
Well, the fused names definitely got us confused for a little bit. So I guess they're still one half of each other. So when it comes down to how things could still play out for them, they've already acquired plenty amount of points, so they're not too phased about what happens next, because that's 11 on the block already. With 10 more teams to go, they might be able to also salvage some placement points if another 2 teams crash out as well. And it could be even more, but HORAA Esports finally get a little glimpse of BIGETRON Red Aliens. This is going to be on the south side of Miramar, as BTR does have the high ground advantage. Now that HORAA's made themselves known, this might not be the best situation for the team, because they're just puggy by the edge. There's not many spaces that they can squeeze through without getting cornered up by all the other teams that's also moving within that area of play. TIANBA will have to hustle against the rest of Falcons. East decides to back away after soaking that grenade. Smart measurement coming in from that member of the Mongolian side.
And if you're dealt with a bad situation here, I mean, inside any battle royales, you just really have to be proactive. Like, what are you gonna do in that situation, right? You have to make all the advantages work out for you. And now, okay, getting back to Falcons Force, we got East on your screen, managed to put down another player from inside the battlefield. Action is still out there bleeding. Not sure if there will be or an available teammate that could pick him up at this point, but. Okay, I mean, the fight between TIANBA and Falcons Force hasn't stopped just yet, but PANDUM and K1 going head-to-head on another side of town.
Yeah, they got their hands tied up, so it's going to be hard to actually lend a hand towards the side of action, but I believe that he might already have had some help coming his way, so action will be revived. So still 3 members to work with. PANDUM somehow crashes off the game. We didn't really see what's going on the other sector of the map. Meanwhile, HARAME Bros, 2 members by the warehouse with 4 MERICAL vibes who have just about to leave Chimosera. They find themselves in this predicament against the Filipino side. HARAME Bros, if there's anyone to alter the course of this battle, it has to be Federales on that lower ground.
Okay, but this is a tough spot, for the side of HARAME Bros. And again, it's easy for MERICAL vibes to throw in a lot of nades here to just flush them out. But yeah, I mean, you're right. Federales needs to make something happen here. He is the one that has that element of surprise that could probably catch MERICAL vibes off guard. But let's see what's going to happen as Baron now on your screen with a UMP, just waiting for the ghost signal to actually lead the charge.
Yeah, they're being absolutely careful about this because this is giving them a little bit of deja vu going on. The last they fought around this same kind of compound, they lost out against TJB. So they want to ensure that they have all these angles checked. Speaking of which, one in close proximity on the lower ground. They make themselves known, some damage being done, but that's just about it. Apex has already fallen off. As we can see 4 MERICAL vibes now, they have already seen a glimpse of it, but that's a big nade dropping in the side of Ref Bus. And there's still an exchange going on. Baron goes down.
That was amazing. Missed opportunity, though, for the side of Refus right there to shut down Federales from that angle. It was a great pick through. And then we've got HARAME answering back with the nades and actually putting down members of 4 MERICAL vibes. Now, the big question is, will they or can they follow through?
It seems like it could be a big, hard yes. And Filipino fans rejoice because this is going to be a big fight. Range, he just dips away from the angle. Good movements out there going against Doc. Jump shots not working out. 2 times in a row, 4 MERICAL vibes fight in this compound, and they absolutely botched it.
Woo! All right, that was a tough competition right there. 4 MERICAL vibes versus HARAME Bros. What a great win. Now let's jump into BIGETRON Red Aliens versus HORAA Esports. Currently, it's Mr. Barrow as well as guys on the ground, but you know what, the fight is not over just because Lucky's at the top, having the high ground advantage, and that was a clean win for the side of Luxy. HORAA Esports, just like that, despite having a bit of advantage, it was Luxy who finished up the fight.
It was outplays after outplays. It started with HARAME Bros 4v2, and then it became a 1 versus 3, 4? I lost count. Wow, we just got one beautiful game sent our way to close off the night. And Alter Ego Aries, they were playing with only Hans left, so it was inevitable. It was a 7th place finish, but it's big points in the hands of Alter Ego. BTR makes their way into a top 5, but only 1 member left. Of course, one of the longest standing player of Indonesia, Luxy, is a legend himself, but he's got to play it safely though. There's plenty of members of VRX. This is where they get to shine because they have not really gotten too much of an action, but they could very well close off the game.
The real battle begins because we are at the last few zones for this round. And again, it's not just about the gunfights. It's always about, how you can outsmart your opponent despite, not really having the best advantage, even if the odds are against your favor. But if you can play it out really well, that could still work. And as for the side of Luxy, okay, I don't know what kind of strategy he would pull out, but he definitely needs a miracle right here. And okay, so another team bites the dust. K1 already out of the game, which brings us down to just 4 teams remaining. We've got DRX, Falcons, Harame Bros, and BIGETRON Red Aliens. But as you can see on the chart, DRX remains to be at the top.
DRX, they haven't really found that many points because they were prioritizing position from the get-go, right? Like, they have not really moved off from that same compound that they were holding on that far west. But Falcons Force, they've already spotted them out, so they will begin to pile a little bit of pressure. So DRX, they are on a split at the moment. A member being sent towards the south side, so it's the XQ-Z holding over onto the south side as they try to make a deep climb against Harame Bros. Harame's both spotted out by East as well. So it's going to be a little bit tough for the Philippines representative to try to hold out. And BPR, I don't see a way for Luxy to participate.
Yeah, I mean, Luxy could actually deny the point there. I mean, the fact that he hasn't given up the high ground just yet, perhaps, you know, he is thinking, okay, before I go down, I would try to utilize this location as much as I could. But given the situation, this could become a double-edged sword. I mean, a while ago it was working out for him, but now that he needs to descend, I mean, a lot of teams are actually looking at his direction, so it could be hard for him to go down from this spot.
Yeah, I guess like the biggest threat was actually Falcons that has been continuously sending some bullets to signal some warning. But the good news is that Luxy does have a vehicle to quickly reposition. He will move over onto the lower grounds instead. Now, within the range of Harame Bros, let's see if they're going to be able to spot him out. Federalis as well as Range playing it very safely. It's going to be a 3-member split up from the side of DRX into a 2-1 formation. Harame Bros, they will find that member of BIGETRON Red Aliens, and that is going to be a 4th place finish for the Indonesians. Harame Bros, this could very well be their game as well. After that crazy finish against 4MV, they're hoping to take another Mongolian squad out, and that is in the form of Falcons. But I don't think it's going to be an easy feat, though. I mean, there's also DRX. So speaking of which, East finds one.
Oof, all right, but it's a great thing that Federalis was able to loot up that crate, because then, you know, he's got a level 3 armor and vest here, so that he could potentially use this one to go up against the remaining players of Falcons, because going through top and east will not be easy, because these guys are like really deadly monsters, you know, inside the game, and I don't think they're going to be making it easy for the remaining teams here to actually score that chicken dinner. Harame Bros still trying to find a way here to shut down Falcons first, because then they only have to worry about DRX, and DRX, they are on a 2-1 split. So in terms of firepower, I do believe Falcons has
plenty of
more the chance, right, to actually eliminate Harame Bros.
Yeah, and looking at the side of DRX, they're hoping to play this one slowly by prioritizing the zone instead. So they're hoping in the exchange between Harame Bros as well as Falcons that they will try to take each other out, and then they could just slowly close in for the win. But that's not exactly happening, isn't it? So it is definitely a long way. But DRX, they are also going to be a little bit more active in that participation as they spot out 2 members over on the top side of the hill. Federalis as well as Range, just hugging on those wheels that they do have, but I don't think it's going to last out for long. And Ease gets dropped down. Perfect shots coming from the side of Range, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Federalis quickly goes in for a pickup. There's only less than 15 seconds to go before the zone slowly depletes into the direct center. So DRX, man, they're also pushing forward.
Yeah, because they saw the opportunity right there. I mean, both of the teams, Harame and Falcons Force, lost a member, so they are not really letting them lick their wounds. And that was a great timing right there coming from DRX to eliminate Harame Bros. Now it's down to Falcons versus the DRX. DRX might actually score the point! And what a way to end day number 2 of the grand finals. I mean, they did win the first match, right? And now they ended day number 2 with another winner chicken dinner.
DRX are just master finishers when it comes down to securing chicken dinners. And, you know, better late than never, they finally regained their winning ways once again, because it's starting to become worrisome where we see them dropping out with less than 5 points for so many rounds here in day 2, other than, you know, those massive ones that they had to open up their account for today. And now DRX will continue to create an unstoppable lead for BTR to just slowly bite the dust, because now with this point haul, I'm not even sure if within 6 matches can any team overtake them at the top.
Man, but it's still a great performance, you know, coming from FALCONS, of course, and HARAME, and great timing for the side of DRX. I mean, they did not really join into the fight just yet. They let FALCONS, of course, and HARAME actually battle it out first. But the moment that they knew, okay, they were actually keeping track of the kill feed, right? And they saw, okay, one player from FALCONS, of course, got knocked down. One player from HARAME Bros got knocked down. So, guys, it is now time for us to charge and secure that point.
Yeah, very decisive moves, and it was absolutely the right play to do. They understand the advantages. They had the numbers to work with at the very same time. So there's honestly not too much of a worrying sign for them not to even go. So it was just perfectly executed. DRX, once again, sees their perfect moment. But overall, I think that Alter Ego has definitely shown up, especially with the presence of Rosemary, to work so well with Hans in this particular match.
Okay, yeah, and now it only goes to show how consistent really DRX is in this competition. They have been winning a lot of finals. They have been putting a lot of scores. They have been quiet, you know, for the past how many games? Like perhaps a couple of games. But then again, with this great big win, they will create that wide gap that they're looking for, just to really enjoy the perks later on. I mean, if you have that wide gap, right, you can do, or you can have a little bit of that wiggle room to just rest, or perhaps wiggle room for any mistakes to happen inside the game.
Yeah, and I guess that for our final few games for tomorrow, we'll definitely see a whole lot more out of DRX, and also probably even more coming from the side of Alter Ego Aries. They have gotten 1 chicken dinner today, and then Hans just showed up with a staggering 1,004 damage and securing 6 points for Alter Ego to close off our final game of day 2.
And I do love the fact that Alter Ego Aries finally decides to show up. I mean, day number 1, they were completely off radar. We don't even know where they are exactly. But the fact that, okay, it is time for us to retaliate. It's time for us to serve our vengeance and do our revenge, you know, just to make sure that we can skyrocket ourselves to the first page. And now they're doing just that. I mean, the tandem of Rosemary and Hans Mary is outstanding. It's pretty much the same with DRX, QXZZ, and Slice.
Yeah, DRX, as much as they got in that chicken dinner, it didn't seem to be that explosive round that we expect out of them. But 15 points is 15 points. It's going to be closely chased by both FALCONS as well as Alter Ego, both sharing 12 points apiece. And I think this is also another stellar round coming out of HARAME Bros. And can we talk about that 2 versus 4 again in Chumacera? Because they played it to perfection against Port MV, shutting them out completely.
Oh man, okay. I know we can catch our breaths now. I mean, it was non-stop action just a while ago. 164, quite a drop there out of the from 300. But let's check out the longest elimination distance. That would be none other than Baron from former qualifiers, a total of 367 meters. Now, as for the air jump that looted a total of 3 this time, and one of them we actually witnessed coming from Federalis, right? Upgrading his what do you call this? His vest and of course his helmet into level 3. So that was a good move for him.
Yeah, and of course you can expect to see a whole lot more of the top tier PUBG Mobile Esports action here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. And as much as, you know, today we've settled our day 2 matches, tomorrow on Monday we will finally see a champion by the end of the final 6 rounds. But we've definitely seen the narrative finally shaping up as well. As much as, you know, DRX has been on the top, there are rounds that they were looking to be a little bit shaky as teams are definitely on the climb. I'm hoping to see some drama happen for our final few matches to go.
But let's check out who got the overall MVP for day number 2. Yesterday, I do believe it was Slightly or QX Triple Z of DRX. Oh, it is still QX Triple Z coming from TRX with a total of 23 elimination points and a phenomenal 5,725 damage output and 31.51% team contribution. The fact that he is the MVP and he can actually score this much elimination points for the team, and looking at the team contribution, it only goes to show that everyone inside DRX can pretty much carry their own weight. Perhaps that's what makes them very effective inside the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely agree on how formidable all the players have been. You know, we start off the day with all about 3 members of DRX to be part of this road to MVP equation. Now we are even seeing HORAA members to be rising up there with no fear to be taking 2nd place, and on third it's gonna be Rituki that still have some high average damage to offer on table, and of course one of the very best from the Philippines, it's definitely Federalis from HARAME Bros to seize that number 4 spot.
Oof. And I love seeing him up there. The fact that we have one team coming from the Philippines, so I do, you know, respect the grind and the work coming from this guy. Overall fraggers after 12 matches, ladies and gents, Season6, QX Z here coming from DRX. We also got No Fear from HORAA Esports. We've got Rick Cookie, aka Satar, coming from BIGETRON Red Aliens, and of course your boy Federalis coming from HARAME Bros.
Yeah, and we expect to also see maybe even more names to rise up heading into our very final day of action. So once again, you don't want to miss it. Hit that sub as well as like button right now. And here we go, the overall charts as we conclude 12 matches. It's DRX with 126 points at the top. BIGETRON Red Alien still has work to do. Now it's going to be 21 point of a gap for them to chase. All it needs is one good chicken dinner from BIGETRON in order to match things up. But HORAA Esports today has been one of the perfect days as they have managed to make a massive climb into the top 3 with 97 points.
And they also, I believe, the only team that has the most number of winner chicken dinners. So we're not seeing the second page just yet, but this is quite a gap so far set up by DRX. And if they can continue on playing with that kind of level, and it's going to be impossible perhaps for some of the teams here to still catch up. But yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, what's the game perhaps coming from BIGETRON Red Aliens? They might be able to dethrone DRX, but everything that we are saying right now are just speculations, you know, like these are just theories. They're just the things we think is going to happen for tomorrow. It's all up to these teams, of course, if they would want to put up a great show.
Yeah, and you know, I don't count out any teams just yet. Maybe if you're going to be sub 30 pointers out there, then it's going to be very, very difficult. I've seen triple chicken dinners happen before. Who knows? On the final day, some teams decided, you know what? It's time for us to show them what the true colors are. So, of course, we do look ahead onto what we can expect coming in for tomorrow's matches. I think that HORAA Esports definitely have been on the rise. They've been doing a truck ton of damage. Same goes to TALON Esports, as they are definitely putting some impressive numbers on the block.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably see another gameplay, a strong gameplay coming from MERICAL vibes. I mean, they did score 31 points, you know, a while ago, and who knows, maybe they could pull off that kind of gameplay once again, because it is already day number 3 of the grand finals, the final day, you know, to break their limits, so to speak. Now, head to head, it's Lapar versus Dog, and okay, average elimination 1.73. It's Dog 359. Average damage output, grenade elimination. I can say that both Lapar and Dog here has their strengths and weaknesses, but pretty much the same thing. I mean, they're pretty deadly in the battlefield.
Yeah. Actually, for MERICAL vibes, when you see them work together, they are so cohesive in terms of execution. Though today wasn't exactly the best display on some of the battles that they they've lost, but the ones that they win, they look absolutely unstoppable. Where BIGETRON Aliens, we know how their individual prowess is like, and I love this seasonal graph that we do have as well, where you could basically track how many points that they have earned per round, and some of the best that they've had was actually back in day 1. Day 2 has definitely been very, very shaky, but at least the RX have found their winning ways again.
And again, you cannot really play all matches aggressively, right? I mean, you cannot expect a team to go full out, you know, at every match, because that is honestly hard to pull off. I mean, I know it looks easy. It's because the pro players are just making it look easy, but it's really not. But anyway, team trajectory. Okay, we can see that, yes, day number 1 is quite a gameplay coming from DRX. Elimination, it's a total of 57. So there's been like a slow burn for the side of DRX. But then again, overall gameplay, I mean, there's a reason why they are the team currently sitting on the throne.
Yeah, it seems like what you said, right? They can afford to also play a little bit safer as compared to that guns blazing way of day 1, where they definitely have shown nobody any form of mercy at all. So right now, even when they do, they still actually show up when they need to. So here we are into day 2, as we've got some impressive stats still, as we've had a total of 354 eliminations being acquired across those 16 teams that have played those 12 rounds. And so far, the longest elimination distance record has still been held by Ruthless. So for MERICAL, Vibes have definitely relied on him to really get things done from some crazy angles.
Woo! All right, so if you tune in late, okay, here's a chance for you to take a look at the teams that actually scored the chicken dinner for day 2. First up, we've got TALON Esports, followed by 4 MERICAL Fives, and then we got FALCONS, HORAA, Alter Ego Eras, and DRX. And if you're going to ask me, these are all, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, but these are all kaijus.
Kaijus, wow.
Yeah.
Somebody's been watching some anime for sure.
Definitely.
And yeah, I'm trying to catch up on some episodes. So yeah, they definitely do look like some monsters on the some of the games that they've been able to squeeze. And what's the beauty of it, if you ask me? We've got different winners for every respective round, and they're just unique in their own ways in terms of execution as well as playstyle. But the biggest number out there, I think it's going to be unmatched, at least for the temporary measure, for MERICAL Vibes on that second chicken dinner of the day. 31 points. That is the current high score that we have for a round.
Yeah, the record that you guys need to break. But so far, it has been wonderful. Game number 1 down to game number 6. I'm pretty sure you guys enjoyed all of the hype. It was a great exchange coming from all of the teams from the get-go. I mean, there was not even like a slow time, you know, from game number 1 down to game number 6. And I did finish, you know, like my water beside me, because again, my throat is actually drying up. We couldn't even catch our breaths. But yeah, I did enjoy the matches. I didn't get any predictions right, so I'm really way off my game here. But it doesn't change the fact that, you know, some of the teams that I chose came this close to actually getting that chicken. But because this is Contra's first time to be Ruthless, do you have any last remarks before we close the show?
Yeah, I had a blast here, and I hope to actually cover a whole lot more games. So we still got tomorrow's action here to see who will be the champions of the grand finals here in the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourself and spending the evening or even daytime, wherever you guys are. We absolutely adore you and, of course, appreciate your time. So I hope you guys could still hang out with us, because we got 6 more matches on the Monday evening. So same time, same place. We'll be back here in action. So I guess that's all from me. This is Contra alongside with Rape Queen Andy, as we thank you guys for joining us for tonight. So we'll see you guys once again for day 3 in action. It's the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, and we bid you good night, as we'll see you tomorrow.